indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Meyer, she's there. Commissioner Meyer is attending remotely. She's there front and center on the Zoom. And somebody remind me if I don't see that, if Commissioner Meyer wants to contribute to the discussion, give me a heads up. But we start every meeting with our public comment portion. Anybody can come to the podium. Please state your name and address. And you've got approximately 2 minutes to tell us what you would like to. We do not do any interaction, but we take comments and we do take them seriously. And we may do, future actions on comments if need be. So I'll open up the public hearing. If anybody, public comment, period, would like to come to the podium and address the county board, please do so now.
I'm Darian Frickson. I live at 40221 County Road 104, Dakota, Minnesota. I just want to take a minute to say that my 3 children attend St. John's Nodine School, and I am, against the location and proximity to the school for the proposed cell tower project. We were made aware that there are 7 criteria that needs to be met for this conditional use permit. And we feel there are criteria that is not accurate. So we want to know where the proof is that this is actually needed in that location. We have brand new fiber optic cable installed last year by Ascentech. So we have perfectly functioning internet within our community. Where is this? Mr. Anderson claimed at the last meeting that there was data and that Verizon spends, copious amounts of money each year to produce this data on where these cell towers are located. Can we see that proof? We have yet to be able to find any data that was the exact location that it needed to be. We have a state tower currently less than 1.5 miles away. Is that not an option for a Verizon carrier at this point? Could this tower interfere with our current internet activity? We have approximately 70 kids and staff attending St. John's every day. And my fear is that this tower could interfere with the internet capabilities. There is no guarantee of benefit. We live in a very rural community with deep curvy valleys and bluffs. If these things travel by line of sight, there's no guarantee it will even benefit those in the dead zones. Devaluation of properties, there's been many studies done on that in correlation to cell towers being located next to dwellings. We do live in a rural community. Again, a lot of people purchase a house for that rural feel.
I asked you to wrap up your comments, please.
Yeah. Is there any way that this proposal can be paused until an ordinance can be put in place? Currently, Winona County does not have an ordinance pertaining to cell towers. I would strongly urge you to do so if not. In closing, I'd like to state that sometimes we need to act on morals and ethics. In my opinion, the location and proximity to the school is not ethically or morally just when there's plenty more land to work with behind this location. If someone lights a cigarette next to you, is that ethically okay? Or would you ask them to move or move yourself? We cannot move 70 kids and staff away from this cell tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward,
Yes.
I feel bad when people are speaking, and we just so the audience knows, up on the screens we put 2-minute timers, so to give you a better sense of your time, because in the past we've had some times when people were talking, and it's just, we don't mean to be rude. It's just one of the rules that we have. So
Everybody follows the same.
yeah. So
Okay.
I feel bad when people are in the middle of a presentation.
Yes.
And I didn't want to clap when our timer was up. Hello, everyone. I'm Kay from the Pickwick Inn, 24731 County Road 7, Winona, Minnesota 55987. And I'm here today at your board just asking for approval, but also just wanted to make a public comment to state my overall goal and reason why I'm here. I'm the future business operator at Waymaker Co. DBA Pickwick in Winona. And I'm going to be offering hospitality accommodations and a full service restaurant. And I'm looking for a liquor license, please, with on sale, off sale. I am planning on fencing an outdoor patio in hopes that I can provide outdoor dining also. My establishment will seat up to 44 people. And I have hopes to do salad bar and different types of food buffets possibly. No liquor bars, I guess or no limit. Yes, sorry, got lost. But mostly I'm really looking at bringing forth a beneficial little business to that Pickwick community, and I would love your guys' support. I also am really looking for the community's support to encourage that area, as well as on behalf of the community, mostly to ensure that that building gets loved and used. And I also want to add that I will upkeep the maintenance better than the last tenants. I'm doing more due diligence to ensure that not only is the kitchen, but also the bar and everything up to date. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to our future relations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Erdman. I live at 27356 County Road 3, Winona. My children attend St. John's, and I'm here to speak in regards to the tower. Along with Darian, I'm also against the tower. To add on to her speaking points, one of the 7 things was it being a burden to the community or the residents or schools. And Mr. Anderson spoke. He had stated that there would be about 4 visits a year to the tower, and those were just the standard maintenance visits. And then he stated that there could be up to 5 carriers. So 4 visits times 5 carriers is 20 visits a year for just maintenance. And that does not include any issues or downtime or anything where they have to come and fix anything. So now we have people coming in with trucks onto the school property, into our community 20 plus times a year, interrupting our school activities, the day-to-day operations, fixing the tower. And I feel that that is a disruption to the day-to-day operations for the school and the kids. Also, when you come into Nodine, you all know when you stop at the stop sign, the first thing you're going to see is the cell phone tower. And I do not understand why we need another tower when there's several. One by Quick Trip, 1.5 miles away. We have one in Ridgeway. There's one right down by Dakota. There's no proof anywhere that there's a need for this tower to be in Nodine. There's no issues, as far as I'm aware, for myself, any community members that I know with any access to Verizon or any other carriers that I'm aware of at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Bob Moore. I live at 29714 County Road 5. I'm against this tower going right behind my house, literally. And for the school's sakes, I have all the children. And I've got a letter from the person that owns the property that said that she could have, Verizon approached her to have the place the tower put behind her house. But she was worried about her neighbors complaining about it. So I don't know why she would decided behind a school would be better property, but you guys want to know, it's Joan Zinke is Joan and Jerry, but I'm just kind of baffled why they can't just, and she's put on there that she wanted better cell phone service in her little shed. Well, everybody knows that if you're in a shed that's insulated, you're not gonna have cell phone service, even if there is a tower right behind your house. So that's why we have Wi-Fi, so we can call off of that. But I just wanted to bring attention that this whole Nodine community is pretty much against this tower being right behind the school property, which you kind of look up, and radiation sometimes, if they're the right children, could give them headaches and other different kind of things. So, but I just want to say thank you guys for your time, and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Mallory Nordstrom. I live at 42641 County Road 12 in Dakota, Minnesota. So I can view where the proposed tower is located. I am not a church member, or my child does not go to the school. However, I am a community member. We were not given much notice about this proposed tower. It sounds like it was put on the township agenda last minute. So a lot of community members didn't have an opportunity to voice their opinions at that point. And then only a select few of us within a certain distance, a very short distance, received mailings of this tower. So I feel the community of Nodine didn't really get to have a voice in this proposed tower. And a lot of community members that I've spoken with are not for it. However, they don't have the ability or resources to come to these meetings, or knowledge of the meetings that they can send in their voice. So unfortunately, there's a select few of us that are here, but I am a community member and I am in opposition of this.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Emily Wadavig. I am also against the tower being placed in Nodine right next to the school. I was planning on sending my son here. His name is Bennett. I was planning on sending him to school there once he was old enough. But if this tower is put there, I don't want to send him there because there is talk of radiation and things like that. I know there's no formal studies or proof, but I would rather not subject my child to be a guinea pig in that experiment. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Bennett want to give us his opinion?
Yeah, cool.
He
Cool books,
gets
man.
2 minutes.
All right.
He gets 2 minutes. Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board? And is there anyone online? And we see we've got the timer up. Okay, we say 3 times. Is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board? Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board? And last, is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thank you very much for your public comments. We'll move on into our agenda. Item 3 is approval of the county board meeting minutes. We have 3.1, a closed session of August 22, and 3.2, the county board of August 22.
Move to approve 3.1 and 3.2.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Olson, second by Commissioner Elsing to approve the closed session 3.1 and the county board 3.2. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved.
Madam
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
being that we have a remote commissioner.
Oh, we have to do a roll call?
Roll call.
Okay, all right. Roll call. Commissioner Elsing.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. All right, thank you. Moving on to item 4, acknowledge receipt of approved committee meeting minutes. 4.1 is the Planning Commission from July 20th, and 4.2 is the Board of Adjustment from June 15th.
So move.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Elsing, seconded by Commissioner Vagley. Any discussion? Seeing a roll call vote, Commissioner Elsing.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward votes aye. All right. Item 5, consent comments and approval of the agenda. Commissioner Elsing, is there anything that you,
Like to pull 6.9.
okay, pull 6.9. We will make that, why don't we make that 7.0? All right. Commissioner Olson,
Nothing for me.
Commissioner Vagley,
2 comments at the end.
comments? Commissioner Meyer?
Yep, I have one committee report, at the end.
Okay. All right. Staff?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may suggest that we reverse the order of 10.4 and 10.5, I think it may make a difference in the conversation.
Okay, switch 10.4 and 10.5. Okay, yeah, can easily be done. All right. Attorney Snoneman, just announcement? Okay. All right, I need to pull 6.1 of the consent comment business, and we'll make that, that could be a lengthy discussion. Well, let's just make it 7.01. Started at the general business because we have a lot of people that have come, and so we'll do that as our first, or as our second item under general business, if that's okay with the board. All right, any other change? I do have 6.3, the county board appointments. I think we need just a little discussion, clarity. I think there was
Full
one.
For discussion.
Yes, full 6.3 for discussion. And we can put that at 7.7. I think there was just some clarity and something there. All right, with those changes, we would need to approve our amended agenda.
I'll move to approve the amended agenda.
Second.
Okay, and, just for clarification for people, with the K from the request, there was, and I think it's on the website, still the original agenda, so there was an item added, 6.13 for the liquor license. So just so people know that the agenda was amended originally. So any discussion? All right, roll call. Commissioner Elsing? Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. So the amended agenda is approved. Ms. Holte, would you read the amended agenda and consent items? Thank you.
6.1 was pulled. 6.2, approved conditional use permit for Scott and Edith Smith and Adam Franzen. 6.3 was pulled. 6.4, approved 2022 emergency management performance grant. 6.5, approve agreement and business associate agreement with La Crescent Holka Public Schools for the transportation of children and youth in foster care placement. 6.6, approve renewal of agreement and business associate agreement with Riverway Learning Community, ISD number 4064, for transportation of children and youth in foster care placement. 6.7, approve memorandum of understanding with Family and Children's Center, Healthy Families America, and Department of Child Welfare. 6.8, approve renewal of professional service agreement and business associate agreement with Melissa McLaren for professional consultation and reflective supervision services.
And I apologize. I have to stop you there. I was in error. I had it circled, but I did not pull. I need to pull 6.9 for a separate vote. I would,
I think Josh.
I had
pulled it.
that pulled.
no, I'm sorry, 6.10. I'm sorry. I jumped the gun ahead.
6.10.
Yeah, I need to move 6.10 to 7.8 just for a separate vote, please. I apologize. I have too many notes on my agenda. Thank you.
6.9 was pulled. 6.10 is pulled. 6.11, approved 2024 towards zero deaths enforcement grant agreement. 6.12, confirm payment of disbursements. And 6.13, approved new liquor license application for Pickwick Inn in Winona.
I'll move to approve the consent items and the department recommendations.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Vagley, seconded by Commissioner Elsing to approve the consent business department recommendations. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Elsing?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. So that is approved. And so just a point, the young lady looking for the liquor license, you're good to go. Move on in your process. All right. Okay. Moving into general business, we moved 6.9 to 7.0, approved professional agreement for the Joy Labs, and that's on page 112 of our agenda. And Commissioner Elsing, you pulled that?
Yeah, so I just was, again, being a little new to the board, trying to understand. I didn't realize we got an opioid settlement. Wondering how big was that settlement? I see there's 59,000 allocated this year. Is this a continuing scenario? Does anybody?
It's 18 years from
At
last year.
59,000?
Well, it's approximately $3.3 million over that. And it's ongoing. In fact, I'm trying to remember which, there's additional settlements that are potentially in the works. So,
But we're,
but the 59,000, I don't know, how that, I saw that on the budget too. It
Yeah.
should be closer to like,
I believe that is our first installment.
yeah.
Pat, you want to just come up to the mic?
you're loud enough, Pat, I can hear you.
The 59,000 was our first installment, and so that's what I'm just using as the amount. We've actually received over 300,000 so far because one of the companies, I think, made, what was it, five payments. So it's kind of hard to know what we're going to actually be receiving from that funding. It's actually over 18 years. And I think there's also new companies that are coming in that actually there's, what we had originally received was looking at the, I think it was like $1.8 million over the 18 years. And so right now that's kind of a fluid number right now, and the other thing, the amount that we received in 22 is actually in a restricted amount that will be used for those dollars when we start to spend it, but it won't show up in our budget because what's showing up in the budget is only the items that are currently coming in and then what we're planning to expense. And we actually don't have a plan at this time that's been approved of what the expenses will be. So once we get a plan where we know what the expenses is, we may actually end up having, like 59,000 coming in as a budget, just use an example, and we could have $100,000 in expenses because we're planning to use some of the reserves, that's over the current amount. Hopefully that is helpful.
Yeah, so I was just looking at we're hiring an outside organization to come in to figure out how to use money. I didn't know how big the pool was going to be. Is the concept that we do this every time we get allocated money? Or is it just a one-time deal and this is what carries out for 18 years? And what happens if other people come in and say we might have a use for that? I'm just trying to figure out the process to that.
Madam
Can I
Chair?
just-
Yeah. Commissioner Meyer.
Yep, thanks. Josh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Elsing. Commissioner Ward and I are both on the steering committee as our staff members, including the county attorney and the administrator. And there has also been an interim. So the grant money comes with requirements that only allows it to be spent in certain ways that can help with people who are addicted to opioids or who have drug addiction problems. And we have been working on a plan. We've been meeting for several months. And this piece is, so this individual or the Joy Labs is not making the decision. The steering committee that Commissioner Ward and I are on will be putting together, working on a plan, which I understand will come before the county board. This individual is going to do listening sessions at various places in the community to get community input on their suggestions for how we might spend some of the money.
Okay. So this is just a one-time thing then, is what I'm hearing, correct?
Right.
Correct. And I
Attorney
just would
Stoneman.
like to, Commissioner Meyer referenced it as a grant. It's not a grant. In fact, when we negotiated the settlement agreement with the state wanted it to be a grant. And myself and two other county attorneys who were on the negotiating team wanted it to be direct allocations, and that's what it is. So we don't have to apply for this money. It comes every year. But Commissioner Myers, correct, it's called the Internal Core Settlement Committee, something like that, that will ultimately make the recommendation to the county board. So Joy Labs is just a consulting group that is assisting with these listening sessions to gather information from different groups that we're trying to get information, or not information, but input as to how would the community like to see this money used.
Well, my only concern was just looking at the total amount of dollars and then looking at the cost to have these little listening sessions. And the first thing you do is say the first 8 to 10% is already shot just in administrative costs. And we see this all the time. Government, what percentage actually gets the boots on the ground? I challenged the SWCD for years on this. And, we really learned to get skinny. So I just saw the same thing. I knew there probably had to be more money behind it. The question became, every time we get allocated, are we going to give the first 10% away to administrative cost and then administrative cost on top of the administrative cost? And it's not internal. And my question was, do we have the resources internally to be doing these versus another contracted service to initially take the monies we're receiving? And the first thing we do is give some of it away to something that may not be beneficial to the actual purpose of the money, which is we could be given that $4,000 to DARE, right? Or something like that. That was the question that I had. But $3,900, if this is a continuing thing and we're going to take the information and run with this indefinitely, changes the dynamics of that. So I would still challenge that we look internally to do some of these things instead of another contract service. So.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Vaglic?
This is not meant to end the discussion. I'll just get it on the table. I'll move to approve item 6.9.
Meyer will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Vagley, seconded by Commissioner Olson. Olson was present. To second. Further discussion. Commissioner Vagley.
To Commissioner Elsing's points, absolutely yes. If that was going to happen every time, then that should not happen. I think it is important, though, to listen to the community and to seek out different views on how to use the funds. I think we all have our personal thoughts in terms of both law enforcement, addiction services, social services, human services, impacts, et cetera. But I think it's important to do these in the beginning one time, just to get that info. So,
yeah, I agree. Just trying to get some clarification as to how big this actually is.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I would just add that we really thought that it would probably be more expensive for us to use our Health and Human Services staff to do these sessions, which is why we thought it would be actually less expensive to hire an outside agency.
All right, any further discussion? And it was, yes, it is it a group thing? And when we can do things internally, we probably should. When we get fully staffed, we probably should. But I see the new kid on the block, and I see we can put a lot of special assignments on that person. And I think this was probably predetermined before Mr. Sensala was on board. And so I think that'll change our workflow, that we can have special projects and such done more internally. And if it's a one-time thing, but we have to realize it's probably not a one-time thing, because 18 years getting money and opioids is going to change. The whole climate is going to change. What happened 20 years ago, today, well, actually 22 years ago, 9/11, we just celebrate, unfortunately, I don't call it a celebration, but our world will change again. So we probably will have to redetermine at some point in time how we, and what we use that money for. And the state of Minnesota and the federal government will probably help us determine that too. So, all right. All those in favor of approving the professional agreement? Oh, I got to do roll call. Sorry. Commissioner Elsing.
I'll move aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley.
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer.
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. Thank you. All right. Next item under general business was 6.1, approved conditional use permit for Gerald and Joan Zinke and Hemp Hill LLC. I being the chair. I'm supposed to wait till last. But I will start the discussion because it is in my neighborhood. And one of the things when this came about, and I do apologize, I did not attend in person the planning session. I was remote and I could listen, but I unfortunately could not, by our rules, I could not participate. But I did listen. And, when you start to look at planning and zoning, comprehensive plans and everything, it's supposed to, documents say it's supposed to take the interest of the community as a whole into play. Ethical values, fairness of property owners who live in accordance with the policies that are expressed in the plan and have lived by those rules for a long time. Competing costs and benefits to the whole community. Options that might enable community to reap the benefits but still be consistent with the plan. And then stewardship of communities, the growth and development of communities. Everybody laughs. I've always said downtown Nodine, and one of the ladies referenced downtown Nodine. Most people don't know where downtown Nodine is, but I live there and I see the church. I see where the potential tower would go. I see the big MnDOT tower. As I leave my home and come into Winona, I see the big Eiffel Tower of Nodine blinking in the horizon. So the question, and I think a lot of the questions that have been raised by community members is the need. And I just attended the state deed had the broadband initiative public hearings, and they had one in Waitoka the other day. And one of the comments made at that's fiber. They want to lay fiber. They want to get the whole state of Minnesota fibered up. And as one of the participants this morning said, in Nodine, we have a Centec who laid fiber, and I've had fiber for many years and had very adequate coverage and service, which I greatly appreciate. And a Centec, it used to be ACE, it's a Centec. It is a rural cooperative, and I have a very, very strong feeling about rural cooperatives. It's there because the people wanted it. And I did contact the cooperative. I said, does this tower somewhat impede your business plan, because you talk about the economics and development and growth for the whole community? And they said, well, yes and no. They're not really truly into too much wireless. They're more into the fiber optics phase of communication. So they would be running a fiber optic to the tower. But by the sentiment of the citizens, are we overbuilding a definitive area? And that was part of what the broadband issue was, is we don't want to enhance areas that already have broadband. We want to get the underserved or the unserved. That's the goal of the whole multi-million-dollar plan from the federal government and the state government. So the question is raised, and I do distinctly remember when we approved the MnDOT tower, is that was going to be a multi-user tower. That was part of the plan. Currently, and luckily I did get a hold of MnDOT people, and they have space on that tower. Only AT&T and Hiawatha Broadband are currently, other than the MnDOT Armor system, is on that tower. There's a lot of space. That's a 330-foot tower. There's a lot of space available on that tower. But the Verizon person who is in charge of that tower and renting out space said, we have not been contacted by Verizon to rent space on that tower. So the question is, and it was raised in the public comments, is Hemp Hill says these towers need to see each other. Well, what do they need to see? I mean, what are they looking for? Because literally these two towers are just a little over a mile apart. And what do they need to see? But Verizon doesn't have a presence on that MnDOT tower. So again, do we optimize? I understand we need towers, we need communication, but location, location, location. So, and I have not yet been able to get a hold of Verizon to understand their business plan as to what's their plan. Why did they need a tower at the Nodine School when there's one a mile down the road that isn't being maximized? What tower are they trying to see? Because Wilson is a long way away. There's one down in the valley that you can't see because it's down in the valley, but serves a critical piece of infrastructure. And part of it is the conditions, the 7 criteria. The comprehensive plan and emergency response and everything, but even number 2 is the use compatible and separated by distance. Now it talks about screening and such, but what is the plan? If we need a tower there, do I need a tower every mile in, from that tower too? And that question hasn't been answered. And I don't know if the representative from Hemp Hill is on. Oh, Okay. Again, why does that tower need to be there? It's confusing to people, and this whole wireless system, and then there's some other factors that I can go into, but I want to open it up for discussion for the rest of the board if they have concerns. Well, we'll see what other, thank you. See what other questions, Mr. Elsing, Commissioner Elsing, or Commissioner Vagley.
I'll go first.
Go
Yeah. So these are always difficult. When I was the mayor of Altura, we literally had to beg to get Verizon to pay attention to us to get a tower put up. But we always discussed, if we had that option, where would we put it? What would be the aesthetics, safety, although we're not allowed to talk certain things about health. We always had, I had a piece of land right in the center of town. I said, hey, if the worst comes scenario, I'll lease that out or sell it or do what we need to do. I still own the land. We were just desperate to get one in, but it was, but we also had, it was a well-known thing that, hey, if we did this, it wasn't going to come at the cost of the community. We weren't going to create some sort of a uproar that upset people. So fortunately, they eventually did get it after I had left. We put a lot of groundwork into play, and we put it up by the sewer ponds, which was way away from everybody, and nobody wanted to see it, right? So we were able to benefit from that. So I can appreciate the concerns that I've seen in the emails about, hey, oftentimes the people that don't want it are the first ones that are complaining they don't have cell service. But I haven't heard anybody say anything about not having good cell service. And I'm sure in some outlying areas it does happen. So I got to agree with Marcia to this to a certain extent. I don't think this is a question of whether we're going to see more towers or whether that infrastructure is going to continue to build itself. I think this is really a question of a location. Does it really need to be right here? Does it need to be that close to a school? Do we really need to offset the few little things that Nodine has as a community? And clearly there's a lot of pushback to not upset that apple cart. So for me, I see this, having dealt with this before, that this is a locational issue based upon all the concerns that I've heard from the community. And I think we just need a lot more information as to why it needs to be at this particular location, or is this just the convenient location because somebody finally said, yes, I'll give you the okay to start looking into putting it here. And we just really haven't explored the other options.
Commissioner Vagley.
Commissioner Ward asked some questions. Is it okay for Mr. Hemphill to
Sure.
respond to those?
Yeah, he can.
Maybe you could summarize your questions. You can come to the podium. Thank you. I might have a question at the end of
Sure.
if you could possibly, Commissioner Ward, restate your questions, and then we'll go from there.
I do have Verizon propagation maps to show you folks.
Right. And is this the big question? One of the big questions is, and you have stated previously that Verizon does extensive study as to where these towers should go. Is that study a public document? I have failed yet to get a hold of any. Great communication company. You can't get a hold of anybody or get any answers. I apologize. Maybe I just didn't have the right phone number. The calls went through, but I couldn't get anybody. So is there a master plan by Verizon?
First, I'll start out. My name is Rick Adams.
Yep.
AKA Mr. Anderson, I guess.
Well, I'm sorry, I've got a Mr. Anderson on another issue. Sorry,
so-
Richard Anderson. So I apologize.
Yeah, and I've talked to Marcia a couple times on the phone about this. I'm the person you talked to, Marcia.
Yes.
And I tried to just disseminate good information to the community at large. Unfortunately, about 25% of the time we end up with a community in opposition of the services, but that doesn't mean that the services aren't needed. Verizon, like it's said before in other meetings, they do have an extensive knowledge of their rural service areas and their metropolitan service areas. This happens to be rural service area 11, Minnesota 11. And there is a Verizon RF engineer in charge of this service area. And what they do is they look at the sites they have, the coverage they have, the data quarterly on each sector, on each site that they have to see what's happening with those sites, where they have drop calls, where they have calls that could not be initiated because there's no radios available. And so they have an extensive knowledge of your community. And they realize there's a lot of need in Winona County. Problem is there's not enough resources to cover all those needs. So they have to prioritize those resources. And in the email I sent out on Sunday, I kind of described a little bit that some communities, like Mr. Elsing's community, lobby some of the carriers for services. And sometimes they come through and sometimes they don't, depending on their resources. But their resources are limited. And just as county resources are limited, you can't do everything you need to do for your community. Verizon can't do everything they need to do for their network. However, they're striving every day to do that. So somewhere along the line, they made the decision that Nodine is an important community to invest a lot of resources in. And the propagation maps I just sent you or handed out are before and after propagations of in-building coverage in that community. So what this indicates, that propagation map indicates, is the green is absolute, you got in-building coverage. The yellow area is you have probably have indoor coverage, and the red is indoor coverage is going to be a little spotty. And then the no color area is you don't have any indoor coverage. Now, as stated before, these towers are multi-use towers. Now they have a lot of different objectives they're trying to cover when they build a tower and deploy a wireless site. In the old days, we were just worried about highway coverage. Let's cover the people in their cars outside. And that was the criteria. So a lot of drive lines got covered, like I-90. But as we move forward, more and more devices are being used in homes. And of course, people have made comments that, geez, we have broadband services, we have wireline, but you need an awful long extension cord on an ambulance if you want that wireline service inside of an ambulance or in a device that's mobile or a car. So that's why mobile devices are necessary, and the wireless system is necessary to provide that high-speed data to mobile devices, whether it's a phone, a laptop computer, a medical device in an ambulance, a video doorbell on someone's house. Those are all done wireless. There's a lot of wireless controls. So I'm getting a case of dry mouth here, I'm sorry. But yeah, I could use some water.
I'll take a cup of coffee. That's coffee.
This one's good.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's not a matter of if you have high-speed broadband, it's a matter of do you have a high-speed wireless? And the FCC and the federal government a long time ago determined that communities need high-speed wireless. And unfortunately, they determined that they need high-speed wireless whether the community thinks they need it or not. It's a hard fact, but that is a fact. And that's why you have things like the Telecom Act of 1996, which should help you in some ways because it takes the burden of determining what's healthy and what's not healthy off your backs. The FCC has already made those determinations. And I have produced some documentation to that.
Yes, I guess,
In
you
your
know,
record.
and we can continue this and, you know, I question your maps here because I live on top of the world, just west of downtown Nodine. We have a Verizon county plan. And I have never dropped a call or never not a call on my Verizon county owned phone and internet and everything. But what,
But
and you said-
Verizon is planning, excuse me, but Verizon is planning for the future, not for the past.
So what do they need? So you use the comment that they need to see each other. So again, I think the community to buy into this concept that we need, and it does truly feel like Verizon's maybe spending their money and trying to enhance an area that already feels we have coverage. What is the plan going forward? And you said Verizon does all these studies. Can you provide that study for me to know what the signal strengths and stuff are different, that it's going to change our life for the better?
Well, this is one simple study.
Right,
that
but I
they've
go on the
done that-
Verizon
that
website and it's all red. That means the whole township is pretty much covered except the extreme valleys. So it seems like it's in
Yeah.
conflict.
But even this information, which was very simplified so we can understand it, you know, you're questioning the authenticity of it. It's authentic. I mean, this is what the Verizon's RF engineer did. And
Provide us that
and this is
report.
why
Can I see a copy of that report? Is it proprietary information?
yes, it's proprietary information.
Okay.
And
Can I
most
speak to
of
the
the
engineer?
time,
Can we speak to the engineer and get an idea where this whole project is going? Because it seems like it's one small piece of a multifaceted project. Yeah,
yes, you can speak to the engineer. I have his contact information here for you,
okay.
but it can't be disseminated. We can't have, you know, a whole community calling a Verizon RF engineer answering questions. Now, if one or two of you want to get the information, I have his contact information here, but it can't be publicly disseminated.
Okay, well, we could even have. staff.
Otherwise,
We could have staff.
so this can't be made part of the public record.
Okay. Which I don't know if that's totally true or not, because this is a public meeting.
Attorney Simon.
Yeah.
What?
We can determine.
Can it
that
or
word.
can it? Because if it can't, I'll take it back.
Yeah, we'll address it. If you're describing something in the realm of proprietary information under our Data Practices Act or confidential information, then, but we would need to consult with Verizon about that too, so.
Yeah,
but-
because basically,
Keep it.
yeah, basically what the rules are concerning some of this, and even this information is proprietary, they agreed to release it, is that if it's not in your ordinance, a requirement of your ordinance to get to CUP, they don't typically release any proprietary information. So obviously, it's not part of your ordinance.
Commissioner Elgin has a question for you.
I have several questions here. So I'm confused. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Rick Adams.
Rick,
Adams.
Mr. Adams, thank
Yeah.
you. So first of all, thank you for coming. Mr. Adams, where are you from, the area?
No, I'm from, I live in up by Brainerd, Minnesota.
Okay.
So I've got 30 years experience in the industry. I've worked primarily for 5 years on T-Mobile system, 15 years on AT&T system, 10 years on Verizon system.
Let's jump to my next question just for the sake of time. Thank you, Bill, for all your experience. The question I have is, I understand your job is to lobby on behalf of Verizon to find tower locations. Is that correct? Just a simple yes or no.
Yes, but I also have represented counties and cities in the past and written county and city ordinances. So I
you're a
do,
lobbyist.
so I'm an independent contractor.
Okay. So your job, you don't get paid until you find a location. I'm just putting this all together as to how you work and what your job.
My job is to
or you get paid
represent
yourself.
Hemp Hill in the zoning meeting. I didn't find this location.
So, but at the end of the day, you have a job to do, and that is to find locations for cell towers where they want them to be, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
So what we're looking at is just somebody lobbying on behalf of Verizon, in essence, to say, let's find a new location. I don't think it's any secret with 5G technology that they're going to need more towers, and you have to understand bandwidth and radio frequencies to understand to put this together, they need more. I will stake my own reputation on this comment. They are not concerned about the citizens of Novi. There are not enough people that have cell contracts with Verizon that they're going to go build multi-million-dollar towers because they're concerned about people in Novi. There's only 30 people in Novi.
Small.
I have dealt with this with 40. I have dealt with this with communities
Suburbs.
bigger than this, that they said there's just simply not enough people to put a tower up. So this is not about Novi as a community. This is about a bigger picture of them needing more towers in an area that probably services both I-90, La Crosse, La Crescent, the places where, let's face it, they need people subscribing to their service to put these towers up. So this is not about Nodine. This is about a location, and Nodine happens to be there. And we've found somebody in that community that's willing to say that, and that's great. And I'm glad people are coming forward. I've dealt with this situation. I was one of those people once that said, hey, look, if it helps, I will sell you, I will lease some property. Let's get a tower up. I'm tired of not having service. I've gone through this personally. I have been on the other side of this. But if that's not what works, let's go somewhere else too. I just volunteered that. So at the end of the day, I don't believe this has anything to do with Nodine. I believe it has everything to do with we need to find a location. So I go back to my original concern. Is there a need to be located at exactly that longitude and latitude at that exact spot in Nodine that we can't move it a half mile down the road, a mile this way, a mile back this way? Why does it need to be on that exact point on the earth? Why can't we move it one way, this way or that way? Knowing enough about radio communications that unless you have some extreme scenario that slopes to some extent, your line of sight is going to be able to communicate. So this comes down to, we found a location. This is maybe the location. And are we just trying to ram this thing down people's throats that may not want it right there? And I go back to, can we find a new location? Just somewhere this such, it's very intrusive.
Yeah. And in the email I sent out, 95% of the time, we get this comment, there's got to be a better location. You guys don't know what you're doing. It doesn't have to be here. There's got to be a better location. Sometimes it's a genuine concern. Sometimes it's just a red herring concern, because if you keep the towers, keep moving around, you never get one sited. So I did produce a search area map for the Planning and Zoning Board that showed a pretty tight search area. And like I said, this tower is multi-function.
Search area. Is it a mile radius? Is it a half mile radius?
With existing towers in that search area.
Well,
No,
this is what
there
we're really
isn't.
trying to
It's
understand.
like a half mile.
Okay. So
Okay.
half mile.
That's pretty poor technology, in my opinion. It's got to be a half a mile.
Like I said, it's a multi-purpose tower. Part of it is to cover, and I talked to you, Marcia, about this before. One reason this area was selected, you got a fire department there and you got a school there.
But the fire department, I have to stop you right there. Fire department is on armor. It's a volunteer fire department. The biggest concern we have with that fire department is having somebody there to drive the truck, because it's volunteer and the volunteers are working other jobs. So you always use that as a public
But
service.
most of the
but
time, those
it's-
volunteers,
They carry armor radios.
well,
Okay.
Verizon
Commissioner
has
Yeager.
something called Frontline, and it's made and emergency service personnel use Frontline, or sometimes they buy into the AT&T system, which is FirstNet. So it's important to have those services.
Okay,
But
so
they're
Commissioner-
trying to, I stated, they're trying to do in-building coverage in that Nodine community. Plus, they're trying to cover from there south to the border to Houston County.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Elving
I-
still had a question. or
I'm
has not
sure
done.
that could be a benefit, a side benefit as a talking point for the coverage, but there's, again, I'm just going to go back and ask the blatant question. I don't believe, knowing what I know from all the things that I've dealt with already from Verizon, and we moved towers back and forth in Altura and looked at all the occasions. We looked at them for Rolling Stone. We looked at them for Elba. I've looked at them. I've been part of these things for multiple different situations. I go back and ask the question, is in that area, and knowing that location and knowing many of the residents in that area, is where you propose to have this the only location that you can deem, or is it just the easiest one on the docket now to get the deal done? Can we explore other locations within a half mile, within a mile, whatever that might be? Is there reason to believe that none of those locations, I'm looking for the answer to that question, which I get why, what it could do. I don't believe for 2 seconds that it's because of the citizens of Nodine. This is a bigger, grander scheme of infrastructure for Verizon, so they can triangulate and we can have all those conversations. I get it all. Location, that's what this boils down to. Can we look for a different location?
Well, the locations that were looked at, this was the best one of the bunch. So it was selected because it's behind the church instead of behind someone's house. It was selected because the landowner would work with us on this location because it's not one of his better cornfields. It's kind of sloping away from to the south. There's a little valley in there. So the site got pushed up.
I'm talking about same location that can still accomplish the line to site, the things that you need to accomplish, not the location itself, why it was selected. I'm asking, can we look for a different location and still accomplish the same thing that Verizon needs to do?
Well, all I can say is Verizon wants this location. They gave us a search area. We went out and found a willing landowner. And this is a location that best suits their needs.
Okay, Commissioner Vagley has some questions.
I'm going to try to be fair and consistent, which means I'll probably make everyone upset at some point. So first of all, thank you to all the residents of Nodine that contacted us. We received a lot of emails. And an extra special thank you to Bennett. I don't know if this is his first government meeting, but I'm glad to see you, Bennett. Hopefully, hopefully there'll be a lot more public government, local government meetings in your future. So thank you to all the residents who emailed and contacted. I also want to thank the Zenkis for the letter that they sent. This is not a family that, as far as I know, that's trying to maximize profit. They're going to actually donate the profits, correct me if I'm wrong, to the church. So this isn't just like sheer money making. So I want to thank them for what they're doing. I want to thank the staff for all the work they put into it. And I want to thank you, Mr. Adams. Brainerd's a long ways away. We have a lot of lobbyists come and speak before us for different, if they're architects or if they're from the ag sector or whatever else. We have a lot of lobbyists come. So thank you for making the long trip down here. What it boils down to me is, as of right now, is like our last meeting, we had a proposal in front of us. Is a different issue. It was home construction, et cetera. But, and this is a question for Mr. Adams, and if the staff wants to answer that, I can also put the question to our planning department. Like Commissioner Elsing, I would like to explore a different location in Nodine. If you can convince us that there is nowhere else within a reasonable distance, that's a different issue. But our last meeting, we told a prospective homeowner just to move it back a little ways for different reasons. But it seems like there has to be other reasons, other places in the spirit of community. You'll never make everyone happy, but it just seems like there's got to be a better place to put it. I'm a school teacher, so my bias is, but I know that we can't talk about the health reasons. But I know if you're a parent, if you're a teacher, that's a real concern. And no one likes towers, especially towers in the countryside. I was born and raised in the countryside. We all hate those damn blinking red lights or whatever else. So I get that too, but I understand there's a need for them. It's a necessary evil. So as of now, I am going to vote against it. Not the whole proposal, just the current location. I'd like the applicant to come back, try to seek out a location like what was done in Altura, try to find, there isn't going to be a perfect location, but just a location that maximizes the business benefit and minimizes and addresses as many community concerns as possible. So that's more, I guess, a comment than a question. So the question is, there are other locations you could possibly consider, right? I understand this is the one that Verizon wants, and you have an agreement with the landowner. That took a lot of work. I get that and respect that. But are there other possible locations nearby?
Well, we get to this situation a lot in meetings, and the line is this location not acceptable because it doesn't follow one of your county ordinances, or for some reason it's, you got to judge this site on the suitability of this site. And according to your ordinance, this is a suitable site. It meets the requirements.
We don't, I'm sorry, you keep bringing that up, and I know that's your ploy, and if you want to challenge us on that, that's fine, go ahead. But just because we don't have an ordinance, we do have a comp plan. And in the comp plan, in both the comp plan and the New Hartford Township page, it says ag land preservation is number one. You're putting this on ag land. So right there, even though we don't have a strict setback rules, height, everything, I'm sorry, it is infringing on our overall philosophy of the land in Winona County and in New Hartford Township. So again, I don't buy that argument. But anyway, and I think to answer, I think Eric's here, he can answer that, Commissioner Vagley. I think we have the prerogative of delaying this for at least 100, up to, maybe Eric can explain that, 120 days out? Eric?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Meyer wanted.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Meyer, should we have the clarification if we can extend this, or is it something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, but
Okay,
I did
Eric.
have a comment. I did have, wanted to make a statement and maybe ask some questions. Thanks.
Eric, could you explain our timeline here? We do have some flexibility, I'm told.
So Adams, we
You
just-
do.
set them aside
Yes.
for just
You
a
do
second.
have some flexibility. I mean,
Yes.
120 days from
Yes.
when we made the application,
Yep.
and that time hasn't run out. So yes, you could table it.
Okay, Eric, if you can clarify our process, please.
I'm relying on the notes that the application was received on July 14th. So essentially that started the first 60-day time allotment. And because of that time period, we knew it would not be able to navigate through the county board within that first initial 60 days.
Mhm.
So I believe we've already extended it for an additional 60 days. So we'd be looking at 120 days
And
from
what's-
July 14th as the time allotment that we would have to take action on the original application.
Sorry, my calendar, what's that put us out to? A couple meetings from now? 120 days, July,
4 months.
November.
November. Okay, so we do have a little bit of time. It's only
Yeah.
middle of September. We have a little time to gather more information. Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Meyer? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo some of the things that Commissioner Vagley said, just in terms of all the folks who are, consider this important and want to care about their community and want to get involved. I'm going to go back to the Planning Commission meeting, which I did also attend. And the chair of the Planning Commission, Mark Clark, made it clear that, and he's right, we receive annual training on land use, and we have a narrow set of conditions, and that is what we must make our decisions upon. And the petitioner, the landowner, has a right to this permit. And looking at the conditions that we are allowed to rule on that really only have to do with land use, I don't see how we actually have standing to deny this permit. So on the one hand, if the petitioner is willing to relocate, and if the petitioner agrees to a delay, that's fine, but it doesn't sound to me like they have. And so I'm not sure what purpose a delay might serve. And I would encourage folks to stick to the specific criteria that's noted in the packet in terms of why and how you actually can deny a permit. Thanks.
Just one point of clarification, the permit is also with the Zenkis, Joan and Jerry Zenke. And unfortunately, I think they're out of the country. I've put a call in, but have not been able to reach them. So I think it was stated in one of the letters, and I got a lot of community members, if this was of a controversial nature, they may change their mind. But they're out, so I don't know that that's a fact. It's just something I read somewhere. Commissioner Elsing.
Yeah, I just did reiterating what Commissioner Bagley had said. I'm very thankful that the Zenke stepped up to try to do something. I mean, oftentimes it's hard to find these locations. And other people oftentimes will step up and stick their hand up and say, sure, I'm willing to get rid of a dud piece of land and put a tower up that I'm not making any money on. So I don't believe that, through the donation to the church, I don't believe any of this was in any means to get rich quick scheme or let's go make some money. I think it was truly an opportunity maybe to look at it as a blessing to help the church, to help the community. But clearly there's a whole other transitional side to this that says we don't necessarily want this right here. So whether this is something we can deny, approve based on the current stipulations, I still think we go back a little bit to the willingness of Verizon to really understand the intrusive nature, and hopefully out of a good faith and a moral compass, they could maybe hear some of the concerns that local people have. And ultimately, we're the ones putting up these towers. We're paying the bills to do this. And maybe with a good conscience, they could maybe take a look at this and put a little effort. And whether we can or cannot deny it, I don't know that. But maybe with that moral compass, take a look at someplace a little less invasive.
Mr. Vagley.
I'm going to make a comment, then I'll make a motion just to get it on the table. And that still allows more discussion.
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer's point is very important about we need to be careful about the reasons why we can and cannot do something. I know, Commissioner Ward, you don't like government regulations / protections, but maybe in the future we should look at something that would add to our comp plan. Something, because I realize right now there's some things to stand on, but it looks like maybe this is going to happen more often. This is just the front edge of a larger wave. So maybe that's something we should look at later on. That's not for now. My motion is to table the request.
Okay, but I'm sorry, your first comment was that it allows for more discussion. If you put it on the table, then discussion stops.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you want to reword your motion.
No, I'll withdraw.
If I'm correct on that, I
I'll
think.
withdraw. So until the discussion has run its course.
Okay, all right.
One more comment.
Yeah, you got another comment? I got a whole page of comments here. If we want to, and I understand we have to Commissioner Meyer's point, we do have to address these things. But when you have again, if we want to get some more information, I can hold all this, but I can go through some of it today. The wishes of.
Before I make the motion, I'm going to describe my reason for doing the motion.
Sure.
Is to ask, to make a motion to table it, to hopefully give the applicant more time to hopefully, we can't require it, but to discuss with the neighbors and the community. Hopefully they can find a different location and maybe come back to us. So it's not a request. It's not even a quid pro quo. It's just to hopefully give them time to work that out.
Sure.
And table it. So we're not denying or approving. It's just to hopefully give them more time.
We want to send the signal to Verizon that we don't have all the information that we need in the community. No pun intended and such.
Because this is the front. We're in some ways, it's not an official precedent, but yes, this is the first. There's more things like this are going to happen.
Right.
It's part of that bigger picture.
The bigger picture.
And we understand that this isn't against technology. It's still just go down and look at.
There's got to be a way around it.
We want to maximize. So I can go into this first one, the criteria, the approval criteria. And again, this is a matter of interpretation. These aren't facts, and all this reasoning and all these things some of them are facts, some of them are opinions. So here, number one, the use will not create excessive burden on existing parks, schools, streets, and other public facilities and utilities which serve or are proposed to serve the area. Okay, so number one, excessive burden. We talk about mental health every day. we have a lot of issues with mental health. We've seen from the emails of the community that how the angst, how much angst this one issue has raised in their mental health and their kids' mental health. And, you know, kids hear what parents say, you know, they pick up on it. They're going to be, you know, negatively impacted. So can we say that? Yes, we can. And it says, excessive burden. The one thing, the multi-user, you know, when I see that big MnDOT tower down at the end of the street, and when MnDOT has said they have not been contacted by Verizon to put anything on that tower, it just raises the question to me of why wouldn't they look at that first? I mean, yeah, it's all, oh, wow, it's all of a mile. I ride my bike that far. I can't believe that a signal can't go that far, and why we wouldn't be maximizing and reducing the burden of the community by using that tower first. And if we maximize out that tower, then yeah, then we need another tower, and you know, and we build this out. But one of the frustrations I think is that, and I can go through each criteria. I've got, you know, a long list here. So, and all it says I have to do is prove one, but I would like more information from Verizon. I really would.
Well,
Commissioner Vegley.
and I don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah.
Commissioner Ward, but I guess if it's, are the other commissioners and Commissioner Meyer okay with the motion? And maybe it won't pass.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to? Commissioner Meyer, do you want to add anything else?
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, thanks. I want to go back to what the planning and zoning, the zoning administrator Johnson said. There's not a problem with going the 120 days. Is that right? I know in the past that we have failed to meet the 60-day requirement, and the default is that the individual gets their permit anyway.
Yes. Commission or Eric.
I believe with the notes that we maintained, we'd have on August 18th, we did extend the 60 days. It was sent to both Rick and the Zenkis of that decision to extend the county's intention because of our timeline. That would put us roughly on November 10th is the full 120 days from the date of application.
Okay, all right.
So we have till October?
November.
And yeah, November
November.
10th. What, do we have a meeting?
November
before?
10th?
I was going to, my motion, I guess, again, I haven't made it, is looking to possibly table it until the second meeting in October, if that's okay with staff.
And we would even have, oh, you're right. We don't meet till the 14th of November, so it'd have to be in October. Yes.
Is that a
And
motion?
the second question is whether, does staff have a way to contact the Zenkis? They're out of the country.
Well, hopefully they're back by then. I don't know.
Okay. Given that all that's true, yeah, I'll vote for a delay. Yeah.
Well, we do have their address, their cell phone number, their email. So, I mean, those are the routes that we'd have to exhaust. I mean, that would be, I guess, performing what we would need to do as an LGU as far as notification. Whether they would get it or not, if they're out of the country, there's other logistics in play with it.
Need more towers.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Vagley, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Eric. With that information, I would like to make a motion to table this item 6.1 until the second meeting in October, also partially because some of the residents had mentioned they couldn't attend because of work schedules. So that might allow more people to either watch and or to attend. And that would also fall within, it seems like, the 120-day requirement, and not put in any conditions on it. But the hope is that maybe the applicant and the neighbors can examine other. That's not part of the motion. That's just my comment. So I'll make a motion to table this until the second meeting in October.
Commissioner Elson.
I'll second that with a comment, just backing that up, saying my hope is that somebody else comes forward potentially with a more favorable location that appeases all parties. That's what I hope.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion to table and put it on the October, what was the date again? October,
It's the fourth Tuesday in October.
we have a date, Ms. Holte?
Working on it. 24th.
24th, all right. Till the October 24th meeting. Table, no more discussion, we will take a vote. Commissioner Elsing?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. All right. One follow-up then is any of this, Attorney Sonneman, getting a hold of the Verizon people themselves. You will check into, or
We'll
have,
try.
or can you have conversation with the Verizon RF engineer and,
Yeah, I can have a conversation with them.
and see what they can share
Yeah.
with us.
Ms. Hulte, did you keep that note from Mr. Adams or does
No,
Mr.
I did
have it?
not.
You have it.
Okay,
Just
all
so
right.
You can give that. to
All
us.
right,
Okay.
look forward to more, more information to come. Thank you. I think there's probably a large group that wants to leave, so we'll let you leave. And thank you very much. Citizen input is valuable.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Adams.
Before I go, we got a note from Jerry and Jones. I think he said that they wanted it by the fire station. The fire station where their land is they wanted to put it pretty much right behind Jerry and Jones' house. Well, that would have been, they're just kind of like, we didn't want to upset our neighbor. Well, they just said that it's their property. They can do what they want with it.
Yep.
But with it being back there, yeah, granted, you would still see the flashing light, but at least there'll be a safe distance from the school. And I think the whole congregation with their children at school would like it just to be over there. That way.
Hopefully that can be.
So
worked out.
Verizon approached them to be behind the fire station,
Sure.
not behind the school, but they just wanted to donate. If they would pass away, they were going to donate that land.
Yeah.
But it's separating the whole congregation.
And they, yeah, I think your congregation needs to have some
But-
serious conversations.
All right.
Jesus.
You
Thank
guys
you.
have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Okay. Moving on then, we're at, correct me if I'm wrong, the original 7.1, receive the medical examiner's annual report. Am I correct, Ms. Holte?
Yes.
Oh, here's the man with exciting news.
Not everyone was here for my report.
So thank you, Madam Commissioner and fellow, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I appreciate you taking the time for us to provide our annual report. And so we'll just sort of walk through this.
Just hold on a second, maybe,
Take a-
yeah.
Can we just take a
Sure.
second here?
Have you got what you need?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we don't want to take away from the death report.
All right.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I apologize.
Yeah, no. And so first of all, just a reminder, we're the Southern Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office. I'm the medical examiner for Winona County. We cover all the dark blue counties. And so it's, quite nice that we're pulling together, the whole region of southeastern Minnesota. We also do consult autopsies for La Crosse and Steele County. So we're trying to sort of gather the region, which I think is useful for a lot of different reasons. We can just go to the next slide. And so this is our staff. And so it's quite extensive. You can see myself, and we now have 4 forensic pathologists, a number of death investigators in our central office that support Winona County, but most important is our local Winona County investigators. So these are the individuals that respond to calls and phone and scenes 24/7, 365, and are really the front lines of our office and that make it possible what we do. So cannot say enough about how important they are and how much we appreciate their hard work. The bottom line there is our Office of Decedent Affairs, et cetera, and that's really capturing just our administrative staff that helps us put together the data and put together reports like this and all the sort of paperwork behind the scenes that helps run a medical examiner's office. So on the next slide, you'll see that we had the total of 377 deaths, 318 were reported to us. And so what's interesting is we're in some way touching, 84% of the deaths that occur in the county from a number of different ways that can come to us. So they report a death to us and we may investigate it and then terminate our jurisdiction and give it back to the primary care physician. We have hospice deaths that are reported to us and cremation permits. So we're, basically involved in the majority of the cases or deaths in the county. We did 50 postmortem examinations last year, 47 of which were complete autopsies, 2 external examinations, and 1 of a partial or limited And we certified 19 cases without postmortem examination. So these are cases that would fall under our jurisdiction because they're typically not a natural death, but we had enough information to document what happened to the individual without doing a postmortem examination. So next slide.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
because we talked about opioid money earlier. Do we designate what the, and I think the cause of death, like heart or drug?
Yes, we have.
There's a breakdown?
Yes, we'll get to those details. And I think some of the data that I will present today will tie directly into what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And so just as a reminder of what's on the death certificate, you have the cause of death. So that's the underlying reason why someone died. The manner of death is the circumstances. And then there's lots of other information there that's important for public health that's not on the death certificate a family member would receive. You know, did it occur at work? Were they pregnant at the time or recently pregnant? Did it occur related to, you know, some sort of transportation, et cetera? So there's a lot of important public health information that's gathered there. And that's really information our frontline death investigators are helping us gather. Who uses it? Obviously, the family uses it for closure, and they use it for all the sort of paperwork and documentation that goes with that. But then that data then flows up to the Department of Health in Minnesota, and then eventually to the CDC. And so, I mean, it quite literally starts with our frontline investigators seeing, are there drugs present at the scene? And then that's how we get that final data. When you see those gigantic numbers of how many drug overdose deaths we have, it's interesting. It's, you know, it's really kind of parallels, you know, local government, to be honest with you. But it's very important because that's obviously where resources and other things are directed. So if we move to the next slide, so this is the manner of death. So this is the circumstances surrounding the death. And so you'll see that the vast majority of deaths were natural. We'll show you how those break down, and then followed by accidents and suicides. And so we'll go into each of those categories in much more detail. And as we go through these, just for clarity, we capture how many deaths occurred in the county, but we also capture how many deaths occur that are related to when the injury occurs within the county. So for example, if you're in a motor vehicle accident, but transported outside the county and then die, we'll capture that information as well. So on the colored charts, we have the deaths that occurred within the county. On the dark blue ones we'll get to, those capture the numbers in which the injury occurred in the county, but they may not have died in the county. So that's why you'll see some differences in the numbers, but just to be clear, we are capturing all those. You're not missing information. So on the next slide, unnatural causes. Again, this is based on the county of death. And so this is how many of the deaths actually occur in the county. And so if you break it down, we had 3 asphyxia or choking. We had 3 firearms, 11 jump or fall. And this kind of surprises people, but this is typically older individuals that, fall and, break a long bone, break their hip or hit their head, and then die from complications of that. And we'll have some more data on that. Motor vehicle accidents, poisonings, and drug overdoses. And we have all of this will break down in further detail. So this just kind of gives you the high level overview of it. The next one is suicide by means. So asphyxia, so that was a carbon monoxide death, 3 firearms, 4 ligature hangings. And so typically individuals use what is available to them as far as the means of how they commit suicide.
But none determined by drugs.
No.
Okay. Mhm.
Right. Not. So, yeah.
That's a good thing, I guess.
I
yeah.
guess, yes.
Question.
By age is the next slide. And so, again, trying to sort of elaborating on the data that we're collecting and reporting, obviously, particularly in younger groups, age groups, we're particularly worried about, is this something that can have a negative ripple effect through a community and so forth. You can see that 26 to 44, followed by 45 to 64 were the highest risk for suicides. So again, data that might be useful for prevention in the future. And if you go to the next slide, this is suicide rate per capita. So these dark blue ones are capturing all the cases in which the injury occurred within the county. So these numbers in some of these categories will be higher. So for example, there was 9 deaths and we had reported 8 that died in the county. And that's because 1 injured themselves in the county, but transported outside the county when they died. So you can see we have relatively low populations here. So again, one or two or numbers can really move that per capita rate. The red line is the national average, and you can see where Minnesota is. And then also we have Montana, which is the highest rate per county. Homicides, there were none last year. And so again, this is last year's data. So there are no homicides, which is always good. And this is the homicide rate per capita. And so on the next slide is the homicide rate per capita. And all of our deaths or homicides occurred in, and deaths occurred within Olmsted County, just by happenstance. So those are nice bar graphs to see blank. So the next is accidental deaths by type. So we had 2 asphyxia or choking, 11 falls, 5 motor vehicle accidents, 12 poisoning or drug overdose. So poisoning is the public health terminology. And so we'll dive into those 2 categories in more detail. On the next is accidental deaths by vehicles. And so we had 3 automobiles or SUVs, and 1 pedestrian and 1 other, and that was a bicyclist. So, and on the next slide, we have where the type of vehicle and the location and where they occurred. And so the dots are representing the different types of vehicle. Again, we're just trying to sort of map this out over the county. And if we go, we can go on to the next slide. You'll see some areas of overlap, but we have higher power map on the following slide, which shows that although they look like they're in the exact location just because of the scale of the map, if we go to the next one, you'll see that they're actually in different locations. So it's not that they're in the exact same location, it's just the scale of the map. So again, this is something that you all can take a look at in further detail if you're interested to try to see if there are dangerous locations, for example. On the next is motor vehicle fatality rate per capita. And so in this scenario, there's 6, and we previously had said there was 5 because 5 died within the county, but 1 was transported outside the county after they were injured. Again, you can see where Winona is slightly above the state average, but again, we're dealing with relatively small numbers as well. Next slide. So these are accidental falls by age group. So again, this is starting to, let's see, wait for the next slide. I don't know. Not sure who's controlling it. There we go. And so on this slide, you can see that it's very skewed towards that older population. So this is one category. Fortunately, we keep adding age groups. Not too long ago, it was just greater than 65, and now we're up to the 95 plus. And so
Which is a great thing.
it is. It's a good thing. Much rather have the scale going that direction. So, but again, those are the age populations at risk. If you're elderly and you fall and you break your hip, you have a 50% likelihood of you're dead in a year. So, accident. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to make an inappropriate comment about falling off a tower, but I'm not going to say anything about that. So the next category is accident falls by location. And so this is something we've been trying to capture and report on, just so people have an understanding of where people would be at risk. So we had 3 within a assisted care facility, 1 in a care facility, and then 8 in residence. So again, I'm just trying to provide that information of where there might be a potential for interventions at risks to decrease the incidence of falls. So the next category is deaths related to poisoning or drugs. So there were 10 illegal drug overdoses and 2 mixed drug overdoses. And I'll show you the more detailed breakdown of that in just a moment. So something that's, quite interesting that we've seen as a trend, and we can talk about it in more detail if you'd like. 6 of those were in the 45 to 64 group, and then 4 in the 26 to 44 group, and then 2 in the younger group. But we've seen a preponderance of the overdose deaths in that 45 to 64-year-old age group this past year.
Is it broken down by gender as well?
We could probably look at that, but we don't have it.
That's fine.
We don't have it here by gender, just by, yeah. So the drug overdose per capita. And so on the next slide, there was 12. There were none that were transported. All the drug overdose fatalities, individuals died within the county. And if you go to the next slide, I think this begins to sort of tell that picture. So if you look at the theme here, it's fentanyl, right? So the majority of these deaths, the vast majority of these involve fentanyl in some version of whether it's pure fentanyl, fentanyl mixed with other drugs. And so
That's a national issue.
it's a huge issue. And so I think what we're seeing is when we've gone in and tried to like break down these cases individually, is oftentimes they're people that are chronic drug users, and then they have something that has fentanyl in it, and they die very quickly in their residence. So we're seeing less of the transportation, which obviously, you know, that decreases the likelihood of an intervention with Narcan and other sorts of resuscitative measures. We've also had multiple cases where we've had multiple fatalities at the same scene, in which, you know, they're getting such a potent drug that they're basically both overdosing so quickly that neither of them could call for help or try to resuscitate the other individual.
If I
So-
could-
Go ahead.
If I could jump in, off of what Commissioner Elston said and what you just said. Commissioner Elston mentioned a national trend. I think a day or two in the New York Times, you mentioned, it's pronounced Narcan?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the
Narcan.
brand name. Naloxone is probably what we should be saying.
Buy it
yeah.
at the drugstore now.
Yep, that was part of the article in the New York Times is now you don't need to have a prescription, et cetera. But the article also talked about, correct me if I'm wrong, fentanyl and other drug overdoses is now more than traffic accidents and suicides combined. It's this.
Yeah, so in about 2010, 2011, for the first time, accidental drug overdoses superseded accidental motor vehicle fatalities. And so that was historically the accidental category that was a major public health. And that was around 30,000 deaths. It started to decline, decreased, and then up to like 50 or so thousand. And then with the pandemic, it just accelerated. We're talking like 90,000 plus. So when you talk about just over a 10-year period, going from 30,000 these are ballpark numbers, to 90,000 plus. I mean, it's really breathtaking, and it's actually shifted potentially the life expectancy of Americans. It's decreased the life expectancy.
First time in 2 generations, right?
Yeah.
Right. And this is for 3 or 4 years outside of COVID.
Correct.
Between drug overdoses and firearm deaths, it's leading to an actual decrease in life expectancy.
Yeah, and when you have relatively young people, which I'm going to say loosely, in their 40s are relatively young, and they die at that age, you know, you're taking 40 years that they would have otherwise been expected to live. So it really drives that number.
So this is illicit drugs. Now, following our great state legislator and governor that decided to make marijuana legal, do we track it? Is there any link here between marijuana use and these other drugs?
You know, that's a complicated topic, and a lot of people
Theoretically, we could probably say yes.
have very different stances on that of whether or not, yeah. So, and so it's really not legal, it's decriminalized, you know, and so I think there's a lot of, it's sure your county attorney probably and sheriff probably knows, there's a lot of,
But do we test for that?
we do
stuff?
test for it.
Okay.
You know, marijuana or THC, cannabis is not fatal typically. It's typically, you know, in places that have legalized it, you see reports where children have had access to it, and it increases that sort of accessibility. But they ended up needing really just sort of supportive care. The fatalities that have been related to it are, you can get a hyperemesis syndrome where people start vomiting a lot from it, and they can die from that kind of complications, or they have other behaviors that are related to it. We do test for it. So, and the other thing too is that, some of the cannabis, the illicit version versus the dispensary, sometimes is not like laced with fentanyl, but might have traces of fentanyl on it. Because as you might imagine, drug dealers are not using pharmaceutical grade factories and safety standards.
Yeah.
And so,
And that hasn't been a trend so far, to lace the marijuana with fentanyl.
I mean, I think it's in everything.
Okay.
I mean, and
Pardon me?
I mean, it exists.
It exists and it's there. I mean,
Massive. Maybe I'm wrong.
Thank
Yeah.
God it's not a massive.
Yeah,
but,
right. I mean, I think, I mean, the way I look at it, and I'm very jaded because I only see the worst case scenario. I mean, I would say that there's potential that you could get fentanyl in anything that you're not buying and getting from a pharmacy.
Sure.
Anything. And I think, and I've been preaching this as I go to all the different county board meetings because our numbers have really increased, particularly in some regions. And it's like using illicit drugs has always been dangerous, right? You don't know like the concentration, you don't know a lot of different things, but it's gone from just frankly dangerous to really just a roll of the dice. I mean, people think they're buying cocaine and it's laced with fentanyl. They have no tolerance to opioids because they're not that kind of drug user. And then they overdose and die from it. That's where you're seeing like the cocaine and fentanyl deaths. It's those kind of scenarios that we've seen where they think that's something else, or people, and this is pretty scary, like they think they're buying a diverted pill and it's really just pure fentanyl. So they may think it's like an oxycodone that they've had experience of taking in the past. You know, not a great thing, but now they're taking something that's completely different.
So with Commissioner Vagley's point now, and it is to me a little disturbing, this Narcan is being sold as a, well, you can bring, you know, you can save the person's life, which is good, but we seem to be endorsing the use of drugs because, oh yeah, you can give them another drug and bring them back. But Narcan, will it counteract all these different
The
combinations?
opioids, it will,
Any
yes.
opioid
Yeah,
Narcan
so it
will
will
be
do
a,
that.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And drug users do not like the sensation of when they receive Narcan because
They become more violent.
makes them immediately into withdrawal. So it instantly puts them into withdrawal. So
They don't like
you
it.
talk to people that have overdosed and received it, it is not a pleasant experience because you're going from incredibly high to instantaneous withdrawal, like at the worst stage of it. Two other things that we're seeing along those lines is one, people's tolerances are much higher. And so a single dose of the naloxone is not enough. We see now regularly patients in the hospital because that antidote has a relatively short half-life compared to the opioids. So they have to sit in the hospital on a Narcan or naloxone drip
Oh,
for sometimes days until they get those opioids out, because if they stop that naloxone, they'll go back into an overdose. So just to give you a sense of like the tolerance and what people are using. So
Thank you.
all right.
yeah,
Yeah, not good. All right,
no, it's not good.
thank you.
So moving on to the next category is natural deaths. And so what you see is cancer and cardiac, which is leading causes of death, neurologic and pulmonary. The pulmonary spike from a couple of years ago was most likely related to the COVID, and that's why it's now decreased. Neurologic is up, or it's relatively stable, but I anticipate as the population ages, we'll see more of that because that's capturing your dementias and strokes and other things. And so we're living longer because we're managing our heart disease and cancer, but we now will have more neurologic. So that's again sort of a good thing in that regard. The next slide is deaths by age group. Again, so this is fortunately a slide where we have to keep adding older populations. And if you really want to look at the health of the community very quickly, you can just want to see how far these numbers are skewed to the older populations. When you see peaks in the teenage and younger years, you know that that's suicides, homicides, and accidents because those populations aren't typically dying of natural diseases. And so this gives us a pretty good snapshot that in that sense, the community is, healthy in that regard because that population is older. And then the final slide is just a summary of our activities, 242 investigations, 69 death certificates. So those are pretty stable from year to year. Same with our scenes. We had 91. Our autopsy numbers were up a little bit, probably paralleling the number of reported deaths that came to us as well, slightly up. And so that's our sort of high level summary of the year's activities.
Any further questions or stay healthy? Don't become
Don't be.
stick on the slide.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
I was tempted to make a joke about the angel of death too, but you do an incredibly important job. Thank you for what you do.
Oh.
I know it's not glamorous, but it's incredibly important. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
See you next year. Thank you. Okay, moving on. 7.2, discuss and provide direction regarding Mighty Mississippi cleanup. And this was something that was on previously, and it was a matter of kind of timing.
I
Each
think we
one,
were talking about it. Was it March or so? And we wanted to avoid the flood stages. I
Right.
think we tabled it.
well, and I think Commissioner, yes,
Madam Chair, just a reminder that we also had it, or the board tabled it to get the MCIT feedback.
yes,
And County Attorney Sonneman can give you an overview when she's ready.
okay,
My overview is beware. No.
yeah, be careful, yeah,
MCIT provided quite a bit of information about, and they have a managing risks of volunteers article. And Commissioner Ward, you serve on the MCIT board, so
Yes.
I'm sure you've seen cases of volunteers that
yes,
have, yeah.
yeah, good intentions.
Yeah, good intentions. So it's important to manage the volunteers. I don't know what we've used in the past for, I mean.
Liability waivers.
Yeah,
or-
liability waivers, or if there's been actually arranged, or county sponsored. I'm just trying to think back in my 13 years here.
I don't
What,
think we've ever done anything.
yeah,
I
you
think,
know,
Very few instances in
Yeah.
which we have done that.
right, and I
So-
think Commissioner Meyer thought at the time we discussed this originally that maybe there was some other citizen volunteer groups that did river cleanup. Commissioner Meyer, are you familiar? Did anybody actively do any cleanup on the river this year?
I think it was
I
last
think
Sunday.
there was a notice in the paper.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think there was a notice in the paper that the Winona Boat Club is doing something this weekend.
Okay,
So,
Commissioner Vagley?
Commissioner Meyer, I was going to ask you that same question. I wasn't sure if it was next weekend or if it was this past weekend, but I saw that same notice. I did contact Commissioner Ward, 2 or 3 people that had worked with, I believe the name was the Mississippi River Revival, that had done a river cleanup for many years.
Mhm.
But my thought after the base is rather than have the county sponsor an event and get into all those potential liability issues,
Yep.
it's just to encourage folks to attend existing cleanups, if that would be okay with the board. And that I think would meet the intent of what the other commissioner
the
contacted
challenge.
with you about, is just
Yeah.
to have us do something, and we as individuals could take part, but we're not sanctioning it as a county board event.
Yeah, county sponsored event.
Yeah, I would recommend if, based on what MCIT has recommended, that if the county does in the future want to have some volunteer, organized things, that there be a policy in place. And that's their big thing, is have a policy in
a policy.
place.
Okay. Commissioner Olson?
So the Boathouse Association, Latch Island, did a cleanup this past weekend. I'm a member of that.
Okay, all right.
There's piles of,
So it is
tires.
happening in our community.
Yeah.
And
So, I mean, and I think Commissioner Vagley's idea of, that the board can
Encourage.
support this activity, but not have its own team of volunteers
yeah.
or sponsored event.
So we can just
Yeah.
leave
If
this.
We can encourage folks, and you can let the other commissioner know that there are people in Winona County that are actively intentionally
Clean
cleaning
up
up
the
the river.
river. Yeah, okay, all right.
Does that work for everybody else?
Yeah, Commissioner Meyer, is that okay on your end? Okay, all right, so we encourage, but we do not actively coordinate or,
Coordinate or have a
endorse.
core of volunteers ready
Okay.
to go out.
All right,
All right.
okay,
Thank
thank you. 7.3, acknowledge the performance review of county administrator. And does something need to be officially read into the record?
Yep.
That, just the paragraph there, the summary? Okay, the summary. A performance review on county administrator per the employment agreement was conducted pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.05 subdivision 3A. The findings of the review indicate performance meets or exceeds expectations. In accordance with the employment agreement, the salary increase is approved effective August 23, 2023. It's just acknowledging that we don't need a motion or anything to, okay, all right?
Needs a motion to approve, or to just,
Yes, you need to approve.
Oh, okay.
to get it on the table, I'll
right.
move to approve the performance review.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vagley, second by Commissioner Olson to acknowledge and approve the county administrator performance review. Any further discussion? All right, we will provide a roll call. Commissioner Elsing?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Just acknowledgement, then this will happen annually? Is that our schedule?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you. You'll put it on the calendar.
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, 7.4, discuss and appoint citizen advisory committee members. And we had a chart provided us. And,
I think this is for the outs, this is from the community members, right? This is
oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, we had a applicant for,
Once, or what was 160, I think it might have been.
yeah, it's page, my copy, it's still 160.
It's 159 on the revised.
Okay, yes, we had a applicant for the
Board of
same
Appeal.
applicant for the Personal Board of Appeals and the CELCO Board of Directors. And I did have a question. There seemed to be did we have any additional resume or anything?
It was attached.
Not with this one.
Yeah, there was very little information. I apologize. I did not have an opportunity to get a hold of the person. I don't know the person. Does anybody know the
And
person?
is our existing policy, you can serve on one? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So should we ask Ms. Liefeld to maybe choose one and then give us more information?
did.
Well, she did in the rank and personnel, wasn't it Personnel Board of Appeals?
Is it, but not Selco?
Selco
It was
number
CELCO,
one.
a second one.
That
It's in
was
that
number one.
first,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, second bullet there.
I thought she was applying for both, my bad.
She had Planning Commission, Personnel Board of Appeals, CELCO, and then Parks and Development. So Personal Board of Appeals.
So what was her first choice? Selco.
Selco.
Okay. Commissioner Ward, would you like more information about her?
Well, I guess, again, I always like to usually give them, and I apologize the shortness of the weekend and getting the information. If I could possibly get a phone number and just have a conversation with this person, 'cause I have no idea who it is. And the information is pretty lacking, so
Should we table to the next meeting?
we could
perhaps?
table. Is that a motion to table?
I'll motion to table this until the next meeting in order to allow more information to be shared.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and second to table until more information from the volunteer can be obtained. Did you have more? Oh, okay. All right, roll call. Commissioner Elsing?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Nay.
Do you know the person?
No.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes aye. All right. So maybe, I know everything's redacted, maybe staff can provide a
Yep.
contact.
I made
All
a
right.
note for it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, nothing against the person, just, if we're appointing them to committees, I'd like to know who they are.
Sorry, before we go on.
Yes.
If staff thinks it's okay, should we also ask them just to, could we make it a consent item and attach it with the information? We could pull it if someone wants to, and just make the appointment to the Selco Board of Directors.
Well, no, her first choice is personnel.
Oh,
Madam Chair.
I thought it was,
We did contact the individual to clarify that if they're looking for more active participation in a committee, that the Personnel Board of Appeals does not meet often at all.
Mhm.
no.
And so they opted to go with the other one.
Oh, I didn't see that. Is that
Yeah,
it?
we didn't write that in the.
Oh, okay, because I was
RSVA.
just going off the second.
I'm just looking for a way if we could possibly, if there more information is provided and if it's Selco, but we can also make it a general business item too.
Yeah, either way,
Okay.
it can always be pulled. All right, so more information will follow. All right, moving on then, 7.5, receive monthly finance. Mr. Moga.
Yeah, and I was going to provide actually, I was going to do the 7.6 if you wanted to do that. It'd be the July versus doing both June and July.
That works.
Okay, so I'll go over the July update. July starts at beginning cash is 15.8 million. Actual revenues are 1.6 million. I suppose I should wait for Heidi.
you go.
Okay, so going through the July,
You make it smaller? I got my copy here.
okay, going through the July, it's 15.8 million is the beginning cash. Actual revenues are 1.6. Actual expenses are $2 million. Ending cash in the general fund is 15.5. For the whole year, cash starts out 15.5. Actual revenues are 12.7. Actual expenses are 12.7. Ending cash is 15.5. The variance in the general fund is negative 43,000 compared to a negative 379 in 2022. For the total year, it's a positive 531 for this year compared to a positive 554 for last year. I do want to point out that actually Human Services is positive this year in July of 318,000. Any questions on this document?
How did that happen? What, did we change something? Flow of revenues
I'm-
change or?
And really what I'm just saying is it's positive at this point. It probably it's basically, it runs negative. We actually had our taxes that actually we recorded in June. So we're positive in July. Actually in August, it'll be probably going down to be negative again because of the revenues.
Oh, yeah, you look like your revenues have gone up.
It's just the timing of the cash flow.
Yep.
Mhm. Don't get our expectations up so high.
Yeah,
Working on it.
because most of the times when I'm here, I'm usually saying that Human Services is negative. It's just that it's positive at this point just because of the timing. We just, recorded the biggest revenue that we have in that fund which is the levy, or most of our funds is levy. For the summary, cash starts at 19.6. Actual revenue is 26.7. Actual expenses are 26.2. Ending is 20.1 million. Variance is 525, a positive 525 to compare to a positive 524. Any questions on this document? If not, we can go to the summary budget. July is 58% of the way through the year. If you look at looking at the expenses, all of them are under 58% except for highway. Highway is higher, but we are right in the building season. So highway is hard because there's the ups and flows. And right now we're having a lot of expenses because they're doing the building season. Any questions on that? If not, I just wanted to point to one item that we thought we were going to have 150,000 in interest we're at 283 at this point.
Put in extra cash in a CD right now. They're doing quite well.
Yeah,
Short-term
right.
investments.
Rates are well at this point.
Yeah.
If no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 7.7, the appointments, and that was the commissioner appointments. And Commissioner Elving, you're kind of the target of all that. Was there some changes that you needed to?
No, I think we had there were just,
Clarification?
just a few clarification that Administrator Holte, we figured out here just what was legal and what wasn't there, what we could or couldn't do here. We did that just real briefly. So I think the only one was that I kind of looked at here was the Winlac and Meyer Ward. You're on that, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's
As
a
an
Meyer
alternate.
Ward.
Would you want that?
No, not necessarily. I
Okay.
didn't know what, have you been on that for quite a while?
Just as an
First
alternate.
commission?
It's a relatively new one, and
Yeah.
the Root River one I've been on since day one. But if you'd
Yeah.
like to be involved in that,
Commissioner Meyer, was former Commissioner Jacob on that?
No,
Okay, I couldn't remember who was on what, and I sit on the ag advisory to that as far as that, so maybe that might be my kept position then is.
Or you can be the alternate.
Would you like to be the alternate?
Yeah, why don't you be alternate?
No, you go ahead and keep it. And
Okay.
I'll sit on that. I'll sit on the other side then.
Okay.
I think we got everything hashed out though, so.
The only one I question, Extension Committee. I don't think there's, I think both by statute, I think both rural commissioners are equals. I don't think we have an alternate. That's the one I question. But you
Yeah,
have
I've
to
got
check that, and I
I've
think,
got this
so
checked, right?
full voting, privileges on the Extension Committee.
For both parties.
Yeah, for both rural county, for the two county, I shouldn't say rural, I think the two county commissioners that are appointed to it, it can be anybody. But I thought Extension was both equals.
Can I speak?
Yes,
So the committee membership consists of 9 members, including 2 members of the county board, the county auditor and the designee, board designee, and 6 county residents appointed by the board.
okay, so it would be two, so there really technically isn't an alternate.
Correct.
So we can make a change.
Just cross out alternate on that one and.
As long as we're doing that.
Yeah.
When the EDA was first created, there were 2 commissioners on that. There wasn't an alternate. I don't know if there was a policy that was made afterwards, but could we just have the 2 commissioners be just in the same, in the same vein?
Sure. I don't remember that, but yeah. Ms. Holte has her Bible there.
Don't leave home without it.
Have you been voting, Commissioner Vega?
Nope. Well.
May I speak?
Yes,
The Economic Development Authority Board of Directors shall consist of 9 members. At least 2 of the authority board members shall be members of the Winona County Board of Commissioners.
okay, so I would say, yeah, then that shouldn't be an alternate. Good catch. Okay. And then we'll review these in December again also.
So do we need a motion to approve it? Ms. Holt?
With the 2 revisions,
Yeah,
please.
I would
So I'll make
say
a motion to approve with the revision to the Extension Committee and to the EDA. So there are, just simply remove the word alternate, right?
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Vega's made a motion to approve.
Second it.
Okay, Commissioner Elzing second. Any further discussion? Not, we'll proceed to vote. Commissioner Elzing?
Aye.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer, we lost your smiley little face.
Yeah, aye.
Okay, and Commissioner Ward votes aye. Thank you. All right, 7.8 is former 6.10. Approve amending to the LELS 536 labor agreement. And I did ask to have that pulled just for a separate vote. Again, I see it as a lost opportunity to talk about performance pay.
To get it up on the table, I'll move to approve what was formerly 6.10.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Vagley, seconded by Commissioner Olson to approve the amendment, former 6.10. Any further discussion?
Pardon me?
If not, we'll proceed to have a vote. Commissioner Elzing?
Yes, uh-huh.
Commissioner Olson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vagley?
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer?
Aye.
And Commissioner Ward votes no. All right, thank you. Let's, committee reports and communications. Commissioner Vagley?
2 things, and the first was, I've already mentioned it. Just want to thank all the community members in Nodine who contacted us. And the second thing, and I'm glad that we have some members from our sheriff's department, is yesterday was the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, an important day to remind us about the service and sacrifice from our fire departments, from our first responders, from our law enforcement, from paramedics. So thank you for what you guys do every day. The people who run away from disasters and the people who run towards disasters, and all the other private citizens as well who step forward. So remember that day like it was yesterday. So just want to acknowledge that and thank law enforcement, first responders, firefighters. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Meyer?
Yeah, I apologize. Of course, Mayo chose this moment to call and talk to me about COVID treatments, and I wanted to. talk to him. So what I wanted to tell you, which was excellent news, the Winona, Mississippi La Crescent, or the WinLAC One Watershed One Partnership Policy Committee met yesterday. And I was delighted to hear that our water planner Our water planner, Sheila Harms, indicated to us that because of the changes in the Soil and Water Conservation District funding, which is to say it no longer is coming out of the clean water funds, that we will be getting, instead of 577,000, which is the 2-year allocation of funding for the WinLAC 1 Watershed 1 plan, we will be getting $986,267. So substantially more money in 2020. It's for 2025 fiscal year, but it will start in July of next year. So it's awesome news. Thanks.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Sonneman.
I just wanted to announce, and it's already on the Winona County website, that we will have that public tour of the new jail. The board had authorized that, and so I organized the committee with Sheriff Ganrud and Chief Deputy Mueller, who are back there, as well as others. Great committee to work on because everybody does their part. But it's September 17th, Sunday, from 1 to 4. It's, again, free. We'll have signups for tour times. They're about 10 minutes apart, and wear good shoes because the tour itself is going to be probably an hour to 70 minutes long. So
We're not at risk for slip and falls.
Or pushes.
well, we've got tour guides set up. So, and we'll keep the groups small enough that hopefully people will, yeah. And
Okay.
then there's going to be light refreshments, and then the SOAR team, the Sheriff's Mounted Posse, the Sheriff's Dive team, and the K-9 unit will be out in the parking lot between the courthouse and the new jail to demonstrate their units, and so people can see what the sheriff's office does.
And they can sign up to volunteer.
And they can sign up to volunteer too.
Okay,
right.
so
Mhm.
Sunday.
Sunday, the 17th, which
Okay.
is next Sunday, right?
It's this coming,
Yep.
coming Sunday. All right.
So, yeah.
Is there anything else that come before the board this time? Then a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Olson, seconded by Commissioner Elsing to adjourn. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Commissioner Elsing,
Nope, I think we're good.
Commissioner Vagley,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Meyer votes aye.
and Commissioner Ward votes aye. All right, we are adjourned. Let's take a 5-minute recess, please. Long morning. Ladies today, you're up. Good
know.
morning.
I know these two.
Know these people? Dirt and water? Who's dirt? Who's water? You could it could be a new act. It's all mud. There you go.
Amen to that.
Good morning, Winona County Commissioners and staff. I'm Wanda Anderson, District Manager, and I have Amanda Gentry, Resource Conservationist, with me from the Winona County SWCD. Our intent of our conversation with you today is to answer any questions on how new legislative SWCD affects our local SWCDs, One Watershed, One plans, and the conservation work we do on the ground. State SWCD aid is not additional or new money, but replaces our Minnesota Bowser SWCD Local Capacity Services Grant that we have been receiving since 2016. SWCD aid is the SWCD's first standing statutory general fund appropriation, so we're excited. It provides stable and predictable funding. This allows the SWCD the opportunity to better plan for the future, better serve the SWCD and your constituents, and better deliver on SWCD statutory obligations the state has set for us in 103C to better manage the natural resources of Winona County. Our partnership with the Planning Environmental Services Department, along with in-kind services from other county departments and your financial resources, support the existence of the SWCD, which was the first in Minnesota. One Watershed, One plans are our future, and we are trying to embrace and work with all the partners, but they have increased our workload. We have 2 plans now instead of just the one water plan that the county used to have. We have the Root River and the WinLAC One Watershed, One plans. In your packet, we did highlight a portion of the work that has been completed with the One Watershed, One Plan funds this far through Root River and AIS funds in Winona County. So with that and what was provided in your packet, what questions do you have for us to better understand how we're funded and what we do?
I already know. All too well.
No. Well, so.
Did we cover our bases, Josh?
Right.
Clear as mud. We're back to that. I can kind of chime in on about this. Having sat on that elected board for would have been the 8th year, I guess, coming up here. One of the fears that we've always had in soil conservation, and I near and dear to my heart, you know, I started a business founded around this, but it was the consistent source of funding. That was always the issue. We never knew year to year, you know, maybe every couple of years how this thing was going to shake out. So it was always an issue to plan, for staffing issues, for, you know, to just long-term planning, short-term planning. And then we take a current situation that's happened in the last couple of years where we're understaffed and build that back up. But then if we build it back up, are we going to become underfunded? And the two main objectives I always had, and I think they can attest to this, was education over regulation. That was my coined phrase for many, many years, that the SWCD board was really, you know, designed to just temporarily help assist people in these watersheds that are in our county, and never meant to become some sort of funding source long term. And then, you know, obviously we ran a tight ship and wanted it a lot to clean up a lot of the books and really get us in a position that we could see that sustainable future based on what we had. And we worked very hard on our 6-month fund for just having that reserve put into place. But again, it was always this consistent, are we going to be here next year type of scenario. So it's good news to hear that. The SWCDs get funded from a multitude of different things. It's a constant grant writing process, or, you know, we've talked about blocks and different things like that over the years to figure out where that funding can come from. So it is a complicated it is relatively complicated to understand where all the money comes from, because it is from so many different places. So to reiterate the point of how great this is to know that the Clean Water Fund is no longer going to be our source of funding, and that we have this consistent source that you can kind of count on and create an agency. And they'll also know that I was a big proponent of not expanding it. Hey, we only need to be so big for what it is that we do within the county, but we do need a core group of good people that can do what they need to do to serve the needs. So at the same time, I always supported what they did, because I think in the county, and I think former Commissioner Jacob would always say this too, it's one of the best organizations that actually taking the money and getting it on the ground, literally, no pun intended. And so it was very efficient. So that's my kind of 2 cents for the SWCD board that I've sat on for many years. And so it's good to see that this has come to play. So again, the 2 main points, it is to run this as efficient as possible and not become a taxpayer subsidy to the landowner, and also to understand that education over regulation is what I always promoted all the way up to the Capitol. So.
Commissioner Vagley.
Thank you for what you guys do every day. It's incredibly important work. A question, and this is more of a process question. In one of the first slides, it shows the existing budget requests for the county allocation. Will we be discussing that later, or is that something we should discuss now, later?
That's not until next spring, I believe, correct?
Oh,
Usually we have to submit our budget.
okay.
to the
Oh,
county.
well, that'll be in this year's budget discussion.
Yeah, this year's budget.
I'm sorry. So what's in yellow highlight and we're not going to discuss today?
Well, yes, that's what we're here to discuss right now
Gotcha.
with you for questions that you might have for us.
If you're going to go
Madam
through
Chair?
all.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. She moved on the screen.
Yeah, sorry.
Commissioner
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that. I was attending the Soil and Water when I could, when we were without Commissioner Jacob. And it was at one of the meetings that I was at that the Soil Water Board actually voted to ask for a little bit higher support from the from the county board. And it's something that I do support, and I really would love to just go on the record at this point. I know, and based on actions that have happened and reports that the Minnesota Department of Ag has done in the well testing program, that we are having some nitrate issues in wells and groundwater in southeastern Minnesota. What I'm wondering, Wanda and Amanda, is if you could talk to us, if we are able to increase the allocation from the county, what things might you be able to do with that extra, roughly, I don't know, $14,000? Thanks.
Where'd you come up with $14,000? What are you going to do with $14,000?
Well, one thing we've started with our summer CCM is we did an inventory of all the
Potential wells that may be unsealed in the county, looking at historical aerial photography and updated aerial photography to see if there may have been a homestead in a location to target for potentially sending out letters to see if there are any wells that the current landowner knows are unsealed on their property, so we can try to address some of those. Those have been indicated as always a high probability of or source of pollution to our groundwater. So taking care of wells like those and getting those sealed would be great. Having a funding source that we can adequately provide landowners with an opportunity to be able to seal those is also always warranted. Our current policy, I believe, allows us to provide up to $2,000 per landowner, not to exceed 50% of the cost of sealing the well. In some cases, especially if the landowner had no idea the well was there to begin with, it wasn't their well, they may not have any, feeling that it's their responsibility to take care of either. So these are all issues that we would have to address as we continue down that down that road. But our current staff, with our current workload, we're relying on our CCM to do that work for us right now with the outreach and targeting. So.
So one of the things that in the SWCD, it makes it a little bit unique. I'm not saying that this doesn't exist anywhere else, but the majority of the funds that are here are typically cost share funds that the person involved, it all goes back to Winona County. Every last dollar goes to somebody, somewhere, landowner, land use, something in Winona County, either education or boots on the ground. And most of it is tied to owner involvement, meaning that the owner has to put a certain share of this in also. So it is, and then the majority of the contractors we use are, or if we're doing projects, are right here in Winona County. This money is just basically just regenerating for the common good of everybody, from drainage issues to clean waters to streams to everything. So even the cover crop programs that we put into place, I think, Wanda and Amanda both can attest to, I made it very adamant, this will not become a government subsidy. This is to educate, to get people started, teach them the positives of this, and then move on to you doing it on your own and, use that opportunity. So when we look at, a $14,000 increase, and I'm not an advocate of raising taxes, and you will find that out the longer I sit here, but this money almost purely goes to boots on the ground projects. And it's not matched by another government agency taken out of your right pocket while they're taken out of your left pocket. It's typically matched through the participants in Winona County's own pocket, meaning they have skin in the game, and we're not double funding this through double taxation. So it's one of the rare things that happen in government where we can actually leverage taxpayer dollars back to taxpayers themselves that are willingly want to participate and unlikely would do these things without having that funding. And the majority of the programs we put into place are either a one-time situation or they're an educational piece to get them going, and now go do it on your own. And I pushed very hard to make sure that those types of things would happen while I sat on that board.
So you're asking for 14,000 more. Would we see a dedicated well sealing line item in your budget?
Yes, if that's what you'd like.
We could do that, or
Yeah.
they could do that.
Yeah, and track
it.
Yeah. So backing up, when we went to this one watershed, one plan, And it was supposed to eliminate some of the bureaucracy, the filling out the grants and spending a lot of time on the paperwork. I'm sorry, but I'm seeing that short-lived. I sit on the Root River one and the other last meeting, well, both you ladies were there saying, well, we're still filling out all this paperwork for grants. So I don't know, we have to hold somebody accountable. Now, the 3/8 clean water legacy, where's all that money going now that you're not getting it? Your funding is coming out of the general budget.
Some of it, yes.
Yeah, but the clean water, so I guess I'm not understanding then the clean water, the 3/8 cents tax we all pay.
More,
Has an expiration date.
right, and more of it is going to the One Watershed, One Plan funds instead of the local SWCD.
Okay, instead of the local, okay,
Yeah.
okay. But see, again, the concept is that maybe at some point we wouldn't have local SWCDs, that these one plan, one sheds were supposed to be the all encompassing. Again, I think it was a grand plan we were trying to be sold on, and I don't know that it's really worked out or been held to the high standard.
I can,
Yeah,
you know my thoughts on the One Watershed Plan, and I've called that from the very beginning, that I believe that it was a means to disassociate local involvement in water conservation.
Yeah.
But, part of it maybe was born under necessity when we have 32 water planning groups that I think 30, one way or the other, we have all these different water groups.
Commissioner Jacob
Locally.
used to
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a
and
list.
it's real. It's
Yeah.
real. It's
Yeah.
crazy how many people are out there. But I've said that exact same thing. I like how we had it. I didn't see a need outside of it. And I think internally, the way that the SWCDs, all 87 of them in the county or in the state, could have enacted a different means in which they're funded that would have simplified it and not had to go to this one group. I believe, in my opinion, that it was more of a government overreach as to have more control over what's
Built
happening.
more bureaucracy, yes, yeah.
And it has not made it easier.
One thing to keep in mind too is that any program we work on, if we don't have the financial backing that covers that activity, we can't focus our time on it because we can't pay for our time then. So every time we get a new grant, or if we're seeking grants to help cover our time and our costs and things like that, we have to rearrange our focus to that. That's where an increase in funding from the county, we can focus on what the county would like us to, rather than what these other grants that are available to us are dangling in front of us. Even if it's not our high priority, if it's there and that's what can fund us, that's kind of what we have to go for sometimes.
So well sealing, are we getting money from the Department of Health?
No.
There,
We should, and
I'm
I
trying to
have
think
a
of
public
I
health.
shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
It's kind
There's
of in
a
the
little-
works.
Yeah,
But I guess
And-
we were kind of on the forefront of making this project happen, so.
Yeah.
a while back, there was funding. I know when I was the mayor in Altura, we were able to get some funding. There was allocated $10,000 grants or
Yeah.
funding that had come through.
Yeah.
But that was a temporary scenario.
Yeah, and not through our office.
And that was through their office.
No,
So
that one wasn't.
Or
through
no,
our
that wasn't through your
No.
office. That was direct from the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there have been some of those, but
but not
what,
enough.
what we can say about these types of monies is that, that additional $14,000, it won't just be $14,000. We could leverage that to $28,000 without a double taxpayer funded.
Right, 'cause
And
Mhm.
it will go to Winona County. It will go to,
Protecting.
everything stays right here
Mhm.
and it will benefit everybody.
But you mentioned a CCM or CMCC or something.
We had a CCM summer apprentice,
I'm sorry, what?
Conservation Corps, Minnesota and Iowa, and it was through the Clean Water Funds grant that we had them in our office. We didn't actually have to pay for them, and we were.
Is
they were
that an
part of it.
ongoing position?
It's an
that we can get?
intern. a
It's
seasonal
intern, some summer position that we apply for every year.
But, so, okay, it's a summer that would do that. So what are you gonna do from January to June with this $14,000 if you don't have that?
We
person
hope
doing
that the stuff that she got organized for us, our staff can just keep working on it and reach out. It's better for our staff to have that relationship with the landowner because they're better. They know the land and what else they might need. It's just better for our technicians now to take the process and go and meet with those landowners and talk with them.
So, but do you intend to get that position filled again next summer? Is that an
We're not
ongoing-
quite sure yet. We're just doing some reevaluating with SWCDs. It's hard to have a summer person because you're kind of retraining them in the process, and we'd kind of like to have a more stable position where we don't have to retrain them every summer. They just get to know who we are and help promote us.
Well, you need to work with the technical colleges and get a curriculum in there so they do the training. Commissioner Bagley.
A point and then a process question. We haven't voted on anything, but
No.
I would rather not have the county tell the SWC to add a line item to their budget. I think that the 5 elected officials we could maybe ask that of them, but not required of them. They have their own elected body. So I think rather than tell them, just let them discuss it and then figure. We don't like it when the federal and state government adds all kinds of requirements on us. So maybe that's just something to add to discussion. Process question. I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. So will we go through the slides, or was that just informational in the packet? Because I don't want to shortcut the conversation, but it sounds like we have 2 discussions will we approve that item for the budget? Was that a question today for us?
We don't make any decisions at committee of the board.
I'm sorry.
Votes.
We can express
Right, support or move
Support
it
for it.
forward or
Yep.
question it.
And there's a resolution that we also would move to there's at the end.
The resolution that was in your packet is one that you've already approved for the SWCDA. I just wanted to bring that back to your attention.
We're not
that
gonna
you-
have to reapprove it.
No, I just wanted to bring it to your attention that you had supported the SWCDA. And in the past, in our budget, we have had a line item for cost share right from the county allocation, which I probably will do with the well sealing. But we do have a line item in our budget for cost share, but we've kind of left it open-ended because the cost share from the county doesn't have so many strings attached to it, like Bowser reporting. So that's why we do a separate line item to show you where we're putting boots on the ground.
So be careful about us not adding another level of bureaucracy.
Right.
That we don't like as well. And let the SWCD supervisors and staff figure that out.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is a little more free-flowing
Yeah.
discussion. Go ahead.
So
Discuss.
to piggyback off from that, I've always looked at the SWCD boards, and it's part of why one of the rare people, and it's no secret, when we go to the Capitol, I actually will, I'm one of the rare people that says, do not give the SWCD boards taxing authority, because I believe they'll self-destruct. And so to allude to your point of looking at that board and who's on those boards, then you get the wrong board in and it can make a lot of bad decisions, right? But the boards that we've been seeing, the boards that have been there, I'll take myself out of it, have been very good. And I think the common consensus in the SWCD boards, talking both with ours, having sat on the Whitewater, chaired the Whitewater Joint Power Boards, I've been on the 11 County Executive Board, which encompasses, and then of course going to the state, is the SWCDs are so drastically underfunded that we're pride ourselves in being one of the most efficient organizations in government, because we have to literally everything we do, because it's so taxpayer and so involved with the individual people. And we try to leverage that even down to where we set our percentage matches, where we look at what do we think is going to entice that person to do a project for that they're going to stick their own money into. Where does that need to be? So I agree with you that it'd be nice to have a little bit of leeway with where that money goes, because some years we see different concerns in the community, especially after rainfall events. That might change the dynamics of what we're looking to do with things.
So question, this resolution, it says that general fund 22 million. So clarify again, how much of an increase is that? I mean, now that state is saying from the general fund, you're going to appropriate 22 million per year.
That's the first 2 years.
The first 2
Okay.
years. So if on the spreadsheet, the very first page, it shows how that allocation is broke down to us. So the first 2 years we'll get 166,000. And then it's proposed that we'll go back down to 12 million. So we'll probably go back closer to what our SWCD local capacity grant was. So the additional funds that we have over the next 2 years, we'll be very cautious with them and what we do with them to make sure that we have a future.
But is it use them or lose them?
No,
No.
Nope.
You can bankroll.
yes, we can bankroll.
Okay.
It's not like a grant where,
Okay, where you use it or lose it.
no,
It's really our first
This is
opportunity to
typical government, throw a bunch of money at it for a short period of time and then go back to underfunding.
Mhm.
And something that we discussed quite a bit at our river is the cost of these projects. You know, it sounds like they're giving you a lot more money, but when you figure the cost of construction or seed or any of the projects you do, the cost is, it's just like our highway roads, you know, the cost is 30-40% higher than it was a year ago. So it looks like a lot of money, but really it's not. It's hardly maintaining and such. So you can't get all crazy and go, you know.
One of the other unfortunate things about the SWCD is that they have a continued cost allocation that's just the cost to do business, I guess.
Yep.
Because they're not housed in a government facility. They're not piggybacking off from the heat and the electricity. They have their own set of funds that they need just to exist as an organization. And one of the discussions has been, you know, keeping it in a centralized location, because you you can't believe how people will say, I'm not going to drive to the other end of the county. Right. And so, especially in the rural districts, so the SWCD has a need to keep up with, I guess, inflation outside of the cost of county buildings and et cetera, et cetera. So it is something sitting on the budget committee that there's just simply no way around it. You know, you just can't get around it.
History is at one time, many years ago, we talked about absorbing the Soil and Water Conservation District into local government. And some places it is. Some places it's government county employees. I don't know if we want to go there, but it was discussed at one time. I think prior to either of you two ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember it a little bit. I think the biggest key point was keeping the regulatory and voluntary separate in the face of
County
the public.
Yep. Yep. But it was discussed from a cost, you know, how many light switches do you turn on?
And I think it could be, you know, I'm not saying that could never happen, but I think for as efficient as it runs and the very small funding it actually takes from the tax base in Winona County as a whole for the few dollars a person that costs to run it. If we could put up signs for every project in the county that have been done, you would get sick of seeing all the signs in Winona County. Because they'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
So many people have taken advantage of this, and the majority, by far, the absolute majority funding comes outside of the Winona County.
Mr. Bagley.
I don't mean to cut the conversation
Yeah,
short.
but we're not voting. Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I like to make I realize this is a non-binding motion, is to move the item to a future general business meeting where we would accept the request for $154,000. So that it's non-binding during this work session, but it could be put on a future agenda or part of the budget. I don't know what the process would work.
I would recommend if you're going to take formal action or want to, it would need to go to a regular board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Well, and we're discussing budget in a few
Right.
minutes, so.
Well, I'm just seeing if we could have a vote to put it in that formal meeting. This would not be a binding vote, but, or would it happen by itself anyways?
We're going to talk about the budget, so I think. that
Because
that
it
would
is
be
a
an
request.
appropriate
that
time.
comes
Okay.
to the county.
Okay, so just wait until then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question, how are you going to fill your vacancy?
Commissioner Marcia.
That actually falls on me.
Marcia Pat had it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Pat.
I just wanted to mention, I don't know if this, yeah.
It works now.
Yeah, I just want to mention that with that, you know, the request, all the of the agencies, outside agencies are at the 2023 level. So any of the increases will be additional to the budget. Right now, if you look on page 379 of your packet, we're $5,062,373,000
Short.
expenses over revenue. So that will add another 14,000. I think there's two other outside agency requests. I just wanted you to know that it's the 2003 level.
Yep.
So, you know, any of those changes.
23.
23. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I'm sorry, filling the seat, is that by appointment or is there an?
Oh,
election?
for Josh's vacancy,
Yeah.
that's by appointment for the SWCD board.
Okay.
We have an employee vacancy and a supervisor vacancy, so.
It's normally by election.
Yeah.
And actually, the SWCD officers is the only election where all the people in the county vote for all
Right.
five.
Yeah.
But
The vacancy will be
vacancy
appointed by the
allows
board.
it
To
be
fill-
appointed.
To
Yeah.
fill
And
the,
I had an individual that kind of said they would,
uh-huh,
and they
okay.
asked not to be disclosed.
Okay,
And I kind of ran with that. I had a second, and then they both kind of said, maybe not for me. So
Oh,
here
okay.
we sit, and I
Still
think
I've had a few calls of interest with the ad in the paper. So, but if you know of anyone that would fill the position, please send them my direction.
And leave it at workforce has always been an issue, and it's not unknown to the soil and water.
Yeah.
It's the dirt people.
it's a good word.
So
But
the
I mean, it's-
information that I provided was just to give you an overview of who we are and what we do to create any questions you might have for us. You can always call and discuss that with me too.
I totally understand. I didn't know if you wanted us to do something. But if it's just
Yeah.
informational, that's awesome.
All right, thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. 10.2, discuss potential letter to FEMA regarding floodplain property. And I think you've got a copy of, copy from, let me get it out here.
Dale Walter.
Yeah, Mr. Walter. So this is the issue of Doug Stanton wanting to build down on, along the Mississippi River. And we did go through Representative Finstead's office. And what they're just asking us to do is say, allow Mr. Stanton's proposal to go forward and let FEMA make the decision. We don't make the decision on floodplain. That's a FEMA thing. And for some reason, along the line, Minnesota allows the DNR to weigh in, but it's not like state of Wisconsin, DNR doesn't get to weigh in on the FEMA floodplains. So it's just asking that we support him being allowed to submit and let FEMA make the determination on floodplain. And it really doesn't affect, they held above us that, oh, if we do something that they'll deny flood insurance to other parts of Winona County. That was kind of a threat. And I don't think it's an existing threat. So I'm just asking to say, yeah, allow them to submit it and let them, the bodies that make those decisions, make the decision.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to throw a legal wrench into this that you have to consider.
Yep.
Because it looks or sounds like what, as you described it, that Mr. who wants?
Stanton, he's the
Wants
landowner.
to build on this, and I'm assuming this is where the sand piles are, kind of down from the.
That were by the
that we
hot fish
talked about
shop.
before.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep.
And so if Mr. Stanton would need to come before the county board for a CUP to build there, or come before the board for anything as far as the building of whatever he's building, that is a quasi judicial decision of the board. It is not a policy decision. And so by sending a letter in support of this, you could possibly be violating your role as a quasi decision maker because you're making a prejudgment about, supporting part of this project. So the other thing is what he's asking for, this letter of map revision, LOMR.
Lomar, yeah.
And I'm looking at the FEMA website right now. Talks about a letter of map revision is the FEMA's modification to an effective flood insurance rate map. That's what they're asking to change.
Right.
Or flood boundary and floodway map, or both. The letter of revisions are generally based on the implementation of physical measures. And where these requests, and I'm skipping a lot here, but all requests for changes to effective maps other than those initiated by FEMA must be made in writing by the chief executive officer of the community or an official designated by the CEO. Haven't had a chance to look into that as to what that really means, but it sounds a lot like it could be the county board. But I just want to remind the board, you've all been to the trainings over and over about the differences between quasi-judicial and policy-making decisions. And this could be a prejudgment on a CUP or some kind of application that would require the board to apply its ordinance, and that is a quasi-judicial decision. So
who would challenge us? DNR, FEMA?
Somebody who, or somebody who opposed the project. Yeah.
And I was given strong advice by a very wise elder in the community. He says, always let them sue you, don't sue them, because then they're spending their money.
Yeah, but then we would have to spend money to
defend it.
To defend.
So what are you saying? You need to look into this a little further?
Yeah.
Or I think it did
I mean,
reference
this is-
somewhere that maybe that he can get a letter from the township. I think I read that somewhere.
And that could be, yeah, that could come under the definition of chief executive officer. So that
And
would be
again,
Homer
you're just
Township, right?
asking to be able to submit and let FEMA make the ruling, because we can't make the ruling.
And I understand that FEMA makes the ruling,
Right.
but if the board is sending a letter of request that FEMA take this under advisement, then you're essentially at least implying that you support this. And I
Well,
mean,
we're trying to get clear. I guess I'm not saying we
well, he
support,
could
but
get
we're
his
trying to
own
get,
clarity.
we're getting,
you
we're
know?
trying to get clarity.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Myers trying
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, those were long protected conversations at the Planning Commission about this topic. I know that former Assistant County Attorney Nuttall really had this idea that we have a controlling flood map for our zoning ordinance, and that if that controlling map could be changed, that would resolve one issue. But I thought that she also said the issue of the DNR, which at those meetings basically kind of threatened to sue the guy or sue us, that would not resolve that issue. But you have already sent letters to support personally, right?
I've had conversations with Representative Finstead's office, and that they are willing to help, they're trying to move this process along, Representative Finstead, because that FEMA, that's federal government.
Yeah. I'm not opposed, but I would not want to do something that actually jeopardized us and left us legally open in a quasi judicial situation. And I know that you would ask the Planning Commission to sign this letter, and they wouldn't go along with it either. So I would.
It's a gray area, and that's why we have lawyers. the gray
Yeah,
area.
I would be fine with the county attorney investigating it further, but unless that came back, I don't want to get us into further legal trouble.
Should we maybe table it and give Ms. Donovan more time
Yeah.
to look into it?
I would appreciate that. I mean, this is the first I've heard of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we'll give you the courtesy of
okay,
a
thank
week
you.
to 10 days.
For the next meeting, which is
Next
what,
meeting.
2 weeks, we'll say.
September? Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Again, well, and,
Mhm.
and part of this, I understand, but a part of it, and I said at one of the last meetings, is we have to protect and build a tax base. I mean, this is going to be another house that we can tax. Right now, it's just
Well,
sand.
let me say then, okay, look at what happened in Libya, and there was a tsunami that apparently killed 10,000 people. We could have the same thing happen here on a smaller scale in the Mississippi if there was flooding and that area floods. I mean,
But he's
we've all
higher than
seen
any,
it. I
he's
know, but
higher than
we've all
any
seen
other.
the swamp that
Yeah.
develops right up over there. So I just
Yeah.
am
Okay, you
concerned
look into
about,
it.
yeah. okay,
Look into it, see if we can't.
Thank you.
And again, the whole idea is that let FEMA make the decision. We're not the decision makers here on that. Okay, we'll table
All
that
right,
and,
thank you.
and
All right.
expect a response. Okay, next item, 10.3, discuss trespassing signage for property owners. And thank you, Rick, no, I'm getting my Richard has approached Richard Anderson. You should have gotten something that I asked to be copied. Richard, you want to come up and just give us a quick, what his group is trying to do? And this is concerning trespass laws
morning.
and rules.
And thank you. I spoke with Commissioner Ward earlier. This whole process started in 2020. Well, it goes back a lot further than that. And I don't know how many of you own property in the country or are aware of the current trespass laws. We started in 2020 working with Bob Meyer, who is the assistant director of the DNR, and Rodman Smith, who is the head of the COs, the conservation officers, trying to bring our trespass laws into this century, really. Because right now, there's a differentiation. You have ag land, you have woodland. So if you're pasturing your cattle in woodland, and it's ag, people can walk on it. They can come in and hunt. Unless you post it, it's up to the landowner to post. And the specifications are very rigorous. You have to do it every year. You have to sign it. You have to date it. And you have to, and one judge has actually recommended that you take a picture of every sign. Now, every sign has to be visible between here to there. You have, if you're in the woods. Well, where I live, if you're in the woods, I'm like this. I have said, I'll invite anybody to come along and help me post trespass signs on my property because it's very, very steep. Anyway, so the whole thing started a few years ago with some, with outdoor news, letters to the editor. So we got together with some other people that were having a lot of trespass issues. And then we started working, we reached out to the DNR, and that's where we came up with this new trespass paperwork. Now, I don't know if I thought I was going to be doing this over the phone, so I didn't put anything
No, that's
together.
okay.
I came back last night from goose hunting, so I was ill prepared for this. But if somebody walks on your land, your property, and you catch them and you do charges against them for trespass, there's probably not an attorney out there that can't beat it because they can say, well, I didn't see the sign. Well, it's your word against them. The COs, this is one of the biggest battles with the conservation officers, and these gentlemen probably see it a little bit as well. And we want the onus to be on the person that is out in nature. We're not trying to stop them. What we want is we want them to know where they're at. In other states like South Dakota right now, they have made it, and we're not going this far yet. We're going to, one step at a time, but they can post their land electronically. So the information's out there. If somebody wants to hunt their property, they can reach out to them. They can look online and see if their land is posted or not. But that's one thing. We want the onus to be on the person that's out, just to know where they're at. Number two is we're trying to make it so the land is not ag land or woodland. It's private land. It's all one category. It's common sense, just makes sense. And then the other one is if you happen to go on a property 366 days and you're kicked off 366 days later, you can go back on it again. There's nothing in the statute that stops you. So what we were asking for is the DNR would like to have more ability to penalize people. We're not looking for anything criminal, but the DNR has the ability to say, you know what, we're going to take your license away for 3 years. What happens then, there's a reciprocity amongst all the other states. And all of a sudden now they want to go to Colorado and hunt elk. They can't because they've lost their license in Minnesota. So these are just kind of some common sense things that we would like to see. And I approached a friend of mine who's a legislator, and he said, you need to get the Minnesota County Association.
Minnesota County.
Yep. And same way with the town boards. So hence my call to Commissioner Ward and to get it to a state level. And we need to get it into committee, but we need to make some steps before we get into committee. So we're going to the township boards. I've got a meeting with them next week in Hart, because I'm in Hart. And then we'll take the next step forward and try and get it into committee. We tried getting it into committee a couple of years ago. We've got the law. We've got the paperwork has been written by the revisor's office. We just need to get it through committee and get it moving forward.
So what's being asked of us is to possibly support some kind of resolution that will go to AMC.
Yes, sir.
I strongly support that. Did I miss it? We need to see what the resolution is, right?
Yeah, and no, we didn't draft a resolution and
That sounds like you might already have
So
something.
there's no resolution and I can forward or I've got all the paperwork because what DNR did was they took the trespass law and they just line itemed it. They just scratched this out and then sub this.
Yep.
And so it's all there. It's all gone through the revisor's paperwork.
right, and that's available. I just didn't copy it all off.
No, it sounds like, thank you for your work. It sounds like, I strongly support it. We just need to have something concrete to
So-
pass on to AMC.
Right, and actually, Thursday or Friday morning, we're gonna just briefly discuss it at AMC as the whole state possibly taking this on. So,
Curious what the two in the back have to say.
pardon me?
Curious what the two in the back have to say.
I wasn't going to call on them.
Any comments on this, guys? I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on.
DNR.
COs.
About DNR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you, I don't know how many of you get outdoor news, but if you look in outdoor news in the cuffs to collars, It's trespass, trespass, trespass. Not all the time in the summer, but now as we get towards hunting, in the spring, shed hunting, mushroom hunting. And it doesn't only, it's not only hunters, it's shed hunters, it's mushroom hunters. Like I said, it's snowmobilers, it's ATVers. It's just everybody out there. So this law would be all encompassing.
And is it fair to say most hunters ask for permission?
I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got them. I've had poachers on mine 2 years running. And Mitch Boy and my
Hunters I
CO,
know, friends, they ask for permission.
Well,
But yeah, it still needs to be done. You're
a
right.
lot of them do.
Yeah.
But why should the onus be on me? I mean, I've got 200 and some acres.
Yeah, we
And
have to post it every,
and then I control, I have a lifetime lease on some land adjoining me.
Totally.
Well, according to Mitch, I've got to post his and I've got to post mine, even though I share this common border. It's just, it's silly.
okay. So what we could ask staff, you could forward, and I think I did forward most of that. I thought I did.
Not a draft resolution.
No draft resolution. Have you come up with any kind of draft resolution that we could just boilerplate?
All I've got is what the state put together, the
The
DNR.
line
that-
item.
That line item, the
Yeah.
revisers,
Okay.
that's already gone through the reviser's office at the legislature. So
We could get that, we could draft something.
Okay, yeah.
Just a question on this. So I realize it relates to, we're talking mostly about hunting, right? Or some sort of a activity that involves going through these scenarios. What would that look like on just the average person walking through and, saying, hey, I don't know, a drifter, whatever you want to say, camping out in somebody's woods? I mean, what would be the repercussion of somebody who just simply couldn't get off your property? What do they care if you take your hunting rights away?
well, they're
Is that where we're going with this?
Yeah.
Probably, and I don't know, as you know, once it gets in front of the legislature and into committees and everything like that, these will get changed. Is this what we're going to see for the final draft? I don't know.
I'm just curious.
I know, and I am, so
These
am I.
types of questions.
So am I. But somebody could go camp right now and you could kick them off and they could come back in a year
Yeah.
and they could camp again.
Well, it's like
We're
that
trying to get that
almost
changed. So
camping
there's
campings in the
just a little more teeth in it. So, and it's not in the books. It's not, if they get kicked off, there's no record of it. So a year later, they can come back
Record of it.
and at least this time they'd be on a record and and then we could maybe move forward with some other penalties. We're trying, it's baby steps. We were told, don't try and do too much.
Yep.
And we
Okay.
were told a lot of other things that I won't bring up, but,
Well, we'll continue. I think the consensus is to continue working on it.
and if you need anything from me, Commissioner Ward has my contact info. Feel free to reach out to me.
Well, it sounds like you two will talk with Ms. Holte about giving her language in what's
Yeah.
either as a bill or in the reviser's language.
I can,
That we can support, so we can clearly support it, yes.
yeah, I can bump that to you right now if you want.
Yeah, why don't you do that? That'd be great.
Okay.
And we'll keep it on the.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and sitting and waiting. Maybe we educated you a little bit.
I learned a few
Entertain me.
Question is, if you get the tower, how about build the tower a little higher?
Well, the line of sight, you got to see all these trespassing signs.
Thank you.
Put one tower on your property and put one sign. Okay,
Build big towers, 40 people.
yeah, okay. 10.4, discuss potential, we wanted to switch. This 10.5, discuss potential new public safety facility. Ms. Holte, is that something?
Thank you. So a memo was laid in front of your station there upon the arrival today. The memo basically is outlining where we're at. We have gathered a timeline of the various important dates, so that is attached to the memo. I realize you may need a few minutes to kind of review that. In a nutshell, what we are asking is for us to bring back on October 10th a facility plan which would meet the outcomes of our expiring leases and still keep the county moving along in the direction to provide the services to the community, but also give, in essence, a plan for what the options are for the county as far as space and buildings. I'm not sure if you're all up to date on the latest information with the Hiawatha Valley Education District. My understanding is a majority of the schools are in favor of purchasing the mall. I'm not sure if anyone has additional information on that.
I don't know, was it the total or was it? I guess, yeah, what I read in the newspaper. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything further.
Commissioner Vagley, do you have anything?
I do
to
have
add on
no,
that?
no, but just to know, two
Oh, it's
districts, I
just-
think, have opted, have not supported it. I don't know what the majority is.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Elzing doesn't read Winona News, St.
Okay.
Charles, so, yeah, they're looking at the Hiawatha Valley Ed District, which is what, multiple school districts?
I had heard about it.
Yeah, they're
There's
thinking,
12.
yeah, but what would they need that big of a facility for? Do they hold classes or
To
they,
consolidate their programs, I believe.
do the kids go there to classes then?
Partially, yes, they would.
Okay,
It's a wide range of services.
yeah, I know, and it varies, okay.
Yeah, what the paper said, I guess, is to provide a more intensive level of service. And also operate several facilities more efficiently.
Mhm.
Again, I don't know, I didn't attend their meetings. However, I want to make sure the county is in a position for Plan A, Plan B, whatever it might be.
But
for
that's
our
the license,
facilities.
that's the license center part of it.
So the timeline lays out the timing of when the city has asked for a response from the county, and what they're asking is for a response early to mid-fall. So you'll see that on the timeline. We would meet that criteria by having discussion on the October 10th meeting with a facility plan. The storage area that we are utilizing, kind of in the Ash Baptist building there, I am recommending that we consolidate there and just go to the one storage unit, therefore reducing our expense a little bit. We are working on still further consolidation and eliminating the need for another storage area there, but that's a work in progress. As far as Parkview, our contract ends there on April 30th of 2024. We would address the potential of moving that back to the county office building. Again, that would be part of the facility plan that we would bring forward. It also notes in here that the law enforcement center, our lease ends in May of 2024, so we would need to negotiate one way or the other, whether we're going to continue or not. However, I'm anticipating that we'll lease with them a little bit longer. We'll certainly need your feedback on that if you have concerns on that.
With them, that means the city of Winona.
Yes. So we did note on here that there is the option to potentially privatize the license function. Again, I'm not necessarily recommending that, but I want to make sure the county board has it on your radar. That is an option. It is something that is not mandated by law that the county provides. It is a service that the citizens love.
Yeah, and we've discussed that briefly in the past.
Yes.
Similar to what Olmsted County does with multiple private licensing centers, or
Yeah.
you have the courthouse as an option if you want to.
Right.
I think Olmsted is totally private. I don't think you can go to the court. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought they were all totally,
I'm not
Olmsted
sure
was
if
totally private.
Might all be private now. Yeah, I know I've been there a few times for a couple.
Yeah, I think they're, yeah.
I
And anyway.
don't remember what.
Yep.
but
Mhm.
So again, our intent is just to lay out all of the options for the county board. Whether we want to continue to rent, we may have to find another place to rent another short period of time. If there's an interest in purchasing property, or the potential of privatizing it. So again, the facility plan will give these options for you to consider and kind of lay out that whole process.
What do we, I don't, maybe I'm not seeing it. Doesn't the sheriff, don't you rent a number of different spots? That's not under consider, we don't need to consider that?
So part of that will be brought forward. So one option potentially is if if the county were to purchase a facility that had the ability perhaps to have the dive and rescue, license center and storage, then you would be able to take all of these other leases, et cetera, and combine them into one property that you own.
Right.
It's an option. I'm not saying one way or the other, but
So do we have the figures here, what we're paying for those other places or with a space needs
not on
work
this.
group? Not on this one, but the space needs group is looking at that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So again, this is all part of the bigger plan that would be coming forward in October. Is to give you all of that data so that you can lay out a plan. What direction does the county want to go?
So you're not asking for feedback. This is just informational.
Correct. Other than I am asking for approval to end the agreements with the Recorder's Access Information Management Storage Area and the Vault Ventures, the smaller storage unit, because we are able to no longer, correct, we consolidated.
Mhm.
And the reason I'm asking for that direction is because of the timing of giving the 90 days
90 days.
notice.
Is there any disadvantage to, it's just a matter of finding enough additional space?
We already have it. We would just move things
Okay.
around.
So you're just asking, okay, so we would just discuss a consensus or a vote to move it
Yeah.
to
Consensus.
a general business item.
Consensus,
Give,
but not a
give
vote.
notice on those 90 day to
Correct.
accomplish that 90.
Commissioner Meyer, are you okay with that?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, all right. Everybody okay with that? All right, I think so. Yeah. All right. Okay, I take care of that item. So back up to 10.4. So who's on the space needs work group? It's all internal?
Yes,
You don't have any realtors there or anything
no,
selling us, trying to sell us
we have
property?
no sales reps, no vendors.
Okay.
It's all
just
internal.
Internal, okay. All right.
Should I, Maureen, do you want me?
Yes,
There's nothing else in the packet, right?
right. It
Okay.
would just be the task force discussion.
Okay, so I'll start this off. I ran this idea by Maureen and I asked Chris to second putting it on the agenda is I'm still undecided on, what to do, if anything, and what it might look like. This proposal is to help move things along faster so that we don't miss the boat with the next legislative session. It feels, the process is, I'm not disrespecting the process, but it just feels kind of clunky to have these proposals come before the board and we kind of discuss it. And then it goes back and forth, 2 weeks. I was wondering if we had a task force, and I discussed this came up in a conversation with City Manager Chad Ubel about, could we maybe make this move faster to know or, to decide one way or the other, just so we don't miss the next state legislative session, is to see if it's even an option to get state funding for half of the project, because there are things that become possible in my mind if there's state funding, but if it's not, then it's clearly off the table. But what I would like to do is create some kind of task force that's temporary, that would include 2 county commissioners, 2 city council members, the county administrator, the city of Winona city manager, the county sheriff, and the city police chief, just to meet and move faster and bring forward some concrete options for us to consider. I don't have a preconceived notion, or I don't have an idea or proposal that I want. I have different thoughts, but I definitely don't have an idea going into it. I just wanted to see if the county board would be supportive of that idea. And we had obviously had to ask the city council. Chad Ubel said he was interested, but nothing formal has been done. Or we could just keep on going with the way that we're going. But again, I don't know where I stand on the issue. I just want to know I want to let the city know if what we would support and what we wouldn't support.
Madam
that
Chair?
makes sense.
Madam Chair, yeah. Thanks, Dwayne. At this point, given the previous conversation, I would like to delay the forming of a task force till after we get the proposals in mid-October. Then it seems to me like it makes sense. to start something new when this is that close to getting.
From
kinda
our space, are you referring to the space needs
Yep.
proposal?
Yep,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, I'd like to wait till then, because since that group is so close, let's wait until we see that. And then I'm not saying I don't support it at that point, but I'm thinking, let's just give it a few more weeks.
I don't disagree with you. This is just committee of the board, so we would have to make it a more formal.
Mhm.
To me, it'll take a month to get this going. I don't know if we want to wait another month before we discuss getting it going. It's just a thought.
A month is 2 months.
Yes.
Well, when does the legislative session
February,
start?
but they need to have their ducks in a row ahead of time. I think
Are
that
we
the bonding
predicting,
session.
are we predicting another overtaxation surplus, or
yes.
are we predicting a,
A small surplus, I believe.
okay, so personal opinion is I think, the legislature is going to be taxed. I don't think we're going to have huge surpluses like they
And
have.
I'm not talking one way or another about that. I just want to see if we can.
I think it's a pipe
I
dream
feel like
to
we're
get money out of
just,
the legislature.
this process is slow and we need to speed up a little bit, be thoughtful still, but two people can move faster and then everything will have to be brought back to the full board for consideration. And one thought would be to have one more urban commissioner and one more rural commissioner serve on it, but that's just a suggestion, not a requirement. Did you have your hand raised? I apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as part of the intent to bring back a facility plan, I did note that we checked with the city, and when they stated they would like a response from us is early to mid fall. And that would give them ample time.
2024 or 2023?
No, 2023.
Talk about moving slow.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
that is per Mr. Ubel is who I received that from.
Early to mid fall to receive what?
Just receive our response if we're going to move forward with them or not.
with them or not.
On what though? Because we looked at, their BKV brought us how many proposals?
Right.
Because we have we can't go to the state legislature and say, would you fund one of 4 ideas? We need to have like a proposal that AMC or what's the city people do?
Yeah.
That they could bring
Maybe
forward.
Minnesota State.
Yes, that they could bring forward. We need to if we even decide, and maybe we'll look at all the information as a full board or a smaller group that moves faster, that brings it back to the full board. Maybe we'll decide none of the above or whatever else. I honestly don't have a preconceived notion. I feel this need for us to be able to move faster than because we've already been discussing this vague concepts for 2 months.
Well, you could put, of course, we're not making the committee, it would come on the next meeting, which
Right.
is the end of September. And then we're supposed to get the report and if we don't get a favorable report or we don't like the report or we're going to act on the report, we can cancel the committee. If
That's
if
where
you
I was
feel-
gonna go, because this sets up due diligence. Hey,
Yep.
we explored this and we in due diligence, we did what we needed to do. And the whole thing might fall apart.
Yep.
We can always get rid of it. But if we wait a month, that's 2 months.
Yeah.
We can always get rid of it.
Yeah, so put on the next meeting, possibly the creation and volunteers for that. And again, we can pull a plug on it at any
Yep.
time.
And that would just be the formal action on it. And then October 10th would be the next meeting anyways. So like you said, we don't need to wait 2 months, et cetera.
Well, this
If
at
that's
least
okay,
gets it
Chris.
going so that if we see the need for it, the ball's already in the motion. We can always kick the ball to the
And no one's going to be assigned or that no people will start meeting until nobody empowers them.
We're at 80,000 foot right now.
Yep.
Okay. All right, does that give you enough guidance, Ms.
Chris,
Holte?
is that okay?
She like this?
I would just as soon wait, but okay.
Okay.
All right. So that ends that,
Yes.
and now we're going to budget.
I apologize. I'll be here for about 15 minutes. I'm going to skip lunch, but then that allows me to, if I skip lunch, I can just go right there. But I'll stay here for a while and then I'll take off. So there's not any kind of statement when I leave.
Oh, let's see.
Or you could bring lunch back.
Yeah,
Did leave now.
I'm sure we missed Commissioner Meyer's donuts.
Yeah.
You should have sent those, Commissioner Meyer. Yeah, your delivery
Told ya.
service.
Virtual
Delivery
donuts.
service. Deliver the donuts.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait till I'm better.
Okay, so we got a working
Uber.
session on the budget.
DoorDash, I mean.
Were you,
And
Madam
I
Madam
did
Chair?
not, pardon me?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe Administrator Holte and Mr. Moga were gonna talk about it first, but I do have a bunch of questions, so I could start with them, or we could see if they had things they wanted to talk to us about first.
I'm fine with opening it up. I mean, we
Okay.
can always dive into the ones that are not touched on.
Right. And I apologize. Is there any way you send out that line item budget, is there any way to, how you print that to show and I didn't have time to review the newest one. Is there any way to show what the line item changes are in that document?
There's not an option to do that.
Okay,
So
all right.
that is not changed from the August report that you received. There's no changes. in-
Okay, there is no changes in that one because I don't copy it off. It's hard to read online, but yeah, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
There's no changes that were done. to that.
Okay, all right. Okay, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you
Fire away.
very much. So it appeared to me, what I was trying to figure out is, I understand that you've given us several proposals that shift what happens in the capital improvement plan. And then I was trying to figure out, so I am looking on, okay, now these pages, maybe they're not right when I printed off before the amended packet. So this is page 200, but it is the second scenario with the bonding. And it appears like what happens is that the work on the LEC gets shifted to 2025. My understanding is that it gets bonded for, so we do it in 2025 and we pay for it in 2025, but we're paying for it with the proceeds of bonds. What I wasn't 100%, so then that on page 20, what happens is that then the capital improvement costs for 2024 are reduced from 3.7 million to something like 1.244 million, which is like 5.5 levy points. Am I understanding that part of it right? And then I'm curious to know what this does then to the document looks out to 2033. And I'm curious to know, are we then trying to keep our levy either flat or with minimal increases based on how this shifts costs out, looking at the next 10 years or so?
Is it, yeah.
Madam Chair, Mr.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. This is a free discussion.
I just wanted.
That's not, come up to the mic, please.
Okay, but I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
thank you, because I want to hear you.
What page is Commissioner Meyer?
We're on go to 200, 201.
Because mine didn't print. I printed some of it, but I don't have page.
Yeah.
And then 200 to 210 basically is
Okay.
where we're at.
What I kind of want to just talk, there's three different proposals or scenarios within this document.
Right.
If you look at page 194 and 195, that would actually be the present proposal with all the capital requests that have come in. And it with an additional 2 items that were added. If you look on page 195, when this was presented last time, we were at $3.7 million. If you look at all the items that would be for 24, there were 2 things that were added because it was thinking like, okay, we're going to be remodeling the LEC. We would do the LEC, the asbestos and the jail removal. So that's going to bring the capital request at that point to $4.1 million in 2024. And then we actually have, isn't it a little, table. I don't think I have that here. Um,
A little.
There was a,
96.
yeah, on page 202,
Well, two.
there's a table that basically says kind of what the dollar amount, if you would do the item in the current plus those two items, and didn't make any changes in the budget. And again, this is just saying at that point, it would be a 23.77%. That's kind of what that is saying there. Does
So
that make sense?
I see that on page 196. There's a little.
Two.
To remind you, Pat, that the agenda was modified, so the
Yeah.
page numbers.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we need to refer to scenarios.
Okay, scenario, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the first one is if everything was just left as is, add those two items, that would be to basically start the process for the LEC. Then if you go to scenario 1, that is actually what we're doing is we're going to continue to actually have the asbestos and jail removal added on. We're going to remove the digital software, and we're going to push that out, push the computer forensic software out, push out the command vehicle for ERT, and then look to fund the courthouse jail over courthouse roof over 5 years. So we would fund 400,000 for each year. So then with that,
So that's not a bonding scenario. We're just in essence saving for that, correct?
yep, that's what we're saving. And what that would do is now instead of actually having to fund $3.7 million in capital, we would actually be funding 2.3, which would be a savings of 1.4, which then I think at that point brings down that if you left everything else in the budget exactly the same, made those few changes, you would have to fund at 16.03 levy.
So the question I pose with that, and again, back to Pat, probably the biggest expenditure in here is this roof, right?
Yep.
And I mean, it's great that we have 400,000 broke across, but we know in 5 to 6 years, it's going to cost more than 2 million. So the question I have would be, and I know we're going to get to this scenario, is the cost of inflation over the cost of bonding, which one's less? What's going to save us the most money? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so now then there was a scenario 2 where basically we took the same item, we started with the 3.7. There's going to be an add in and an add out. We add the asbestos for the asbestos and the jail removal. Then we're taking off the digital software. Let's see this. The computer forensics, the command vehicle. We're taking the LEC boiler out. We're going to take out the COB lighting, courthouse parking, the roof, the asbestos. Now we're taking the asbestos and the jail out again because we added it in. Now we're going to take it out. So then that actually has where instead of funding 3.7, we're funding 1.2. And of that 1.2, part of that is funded by the public safety aid and part of it would be by the levy. So then in that scenario, we're bringing that the funding would be, I think that was funding was actually at it was like 11%. My document doesn't.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
confusing. I'm trying to.
Well, so basically what he's doing is taking the bigger expenses and laying it out in 3 different ways to pay for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's pay for it all up front,
Or split it.
which we have an inflation versus bonding factor that we'd have to look at, or a bond scenario. But no matter what, we're still double digit, which is not going to fly.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, looking at all those scenarios, I mean, one way we're just kicking the can down the road, but ultimately it's got to be done. So
Is it 2
what are the
million?
other areas in this budget to get us flat? We never see negative. very seldom do we see, I mean, there's that sheet in there that breaks it out, but we have seen it a couple times
Yeah.
where we've gone backwards. But I mean, what are some of the other things that are, I don't want to call anything fluff because I don't want to downgrade anything that somebody needs, but what are some of the other areas outside of those two major things that we could be looking at to help offset some of this?
Well, and
One of
you
the
have-
things I was really
looking
hoping
at the
to
right
see.
sheet here, fund by
Marcia, I'm sorry,
reserves, you
Marcia,
get zero.
I think Chris
Oh,
wants to
you
jump
get
in.
Yeah,
zero.
one of the things I was really hoping to see is exactly what items are in the bonding. Is the courthouse roof in the bonding? Because in the third scenario, I couldn't really tell. I couldn't really tell what was in the bonding and then what the bonding effects are on the next 10 years worth of levy. So those are the questions that I was trying to ask initially.
Well, somehow, I
Yep.
mean, this is a lot of information. It's hard to flip back and forth. Is there any way to put the two scenarios side by side?
We can.
I mean, it's hard to flip back and forth and figure it out. And again, I bring up the point that I didn't, and the one sheet I'm looking at, fund by reserves, we got zero. So we're not planning to spend any reserves at this point in time in this scenario.
And
But we
then
do have reserves.
the other option we had explored also was the historic option,
Yes.
which did we get to the bottom of any, have we gotten anywhere with that?
Oh, what we have to do.
We talked about with the roof, with the
Roof,
historical.
yeah, yeah.
So
And I generally don't like kicking the can down the road. It's too often elected officials take that, but in this case, maybe a little bit of kicking because we need to see what happens with the local option sales tax option
Uh-huh.
in November of 24, right?
Yep,
Because
that's
if that
long way away.
happens, that makes.
Freeze
it's an
up.
influential factor.
Right. That we
Versus
won't-
taking out more bonds.
Right, yeah.
Is there, Pat, is there a way to look at, I mean, if we just put
So a little kick, I'm okay.
a little bit, yeah. I go back to this bonding versus, inflation aspect. I mean, if we go into we look at that inflation aspect, we begin to save and we use that as a temporary thing for taking we got a year, right?
Mhm.
And so there's the first 400,000, but yet, if we put an inflation factor of 5% to the whole thing and $2 million, what does that look like? So I don't know what the cost of bond is on a $2 million project. Do we know?
Well,
Just
on
approximate.
a 2 million, I mean, I think you're going to be looking at least with your, you're going to be doing a $100,000 with like all of your outside bonding agencies and that. I mean, what you want to do is you probably want to get that, have a bigger amount actually, so it kind of offsets it, because there's some that are very solid on there, those numbers like that, I think you're going to base that 50, 100,000 is going to be your base, and then you're going to have as you go up a little bit, and then it probably would go down. The other thing on that document 201, we had kind of put in there too that really that this in page 201 was that basically with that kind of putting that for bonding, we also are going to have the option where in possibly whatever happens with the lost or sales tax, you could actually take some of those sales tax, put it towards these projects. That would be one of the things that you could also do is be funding some of these capital projects.
Yeah, I
Rob
don't-
Peter to pay Paul sort of.
Yeah,
deal
but I
a
don't
little
know
bit,
that
or
we
what?
can't, because it's,
Are
but
they
it's-
appropriated?
I don't think you can do that, can't you? Because aren't we asking for the loss for the jail?
No.
We've always stated the jail bond.
Yeah, the lost would be to pay the jail bond, but right now you have levy dollars that are going in for the debt, to pay the debt.
Mhm.
So now there would be those levy dollars that we're going to be paying the debt,
Okay,
that would be actually,
right, okay.
Yeah.
What's that amount?
it's about $1.5 million.
Covers a lot of it.
Yeah.
Big,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
pretty big
Yeah.
Right,
chunk.
but that's what we're saying,
This is that wait a year to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's 1.5 for the whole year. When this loss actually occurs, we're not going to have revenue for the whole year. So the first year, they're saying that it'll be 6 months. When we did the last loss, the revenue started to come sooner, but I think to be conservative, we could say we'd get half of that revenue. And then the following year, it should be the full year. But so you could actually take some of that debt levy and reallocate it, because now you actually have a
No, I want checks once a month. When I had to submit my sales tax to the state of Wisconsin, I had to do it monthly. So I want the money back monthly. I don't want the state to
We
hold it
do
for
get
6
a,
months.
yeah, we do get, once it gets going, we do get a year, a monthly payment. But it
But we don't
takes
get
a while
interest
to
on that.
start.
We don't get interest on that. stuff, yeah.
So realistically, one of the scenarios that we could be looking at is, let's just say we assume we're going to start to pay for it and all these things come to fruition. We have the first $400,000 covered. Correct?
Yeah. If it comes to fruition.
Yep.
which
It comes
we
to
have every
fruition.
right to
If not,
perceive.
we can still bond.
Yep.
We bond for less, but maybe we look at some other long-term projects, put them in,
Yes.
cost, average out our levy on a long-term basis. And so this is kind of like the 1 month to 2 month scenario. We can imply that, hey, we're going to go down this road, but we don't necessarily know the outcome, but at least we're beginning to put a plan into play.
We have plan A and we have plan B.
So we talk about bonding. Yeah, it's your hand, Commissioner Meyer. We talk about bonding and you talk about wasting money to bond. You have to pay X number of dollars and all this stuff and it adds up. Depending on the amount we're looking at, do we have the option just to go to a local lending institution and take out a short-term loan? Do we have that option? Do we have to bond? Because you get these big companies in and they do this and they do that, and they take this money and that money. We talk about soil and water generating things locally. I'm asking if that's an option.
You know what, I'd have to look into it. I
Okay.
think it is an option, but I think it's the reason that you probably wouldn't be looking that route is because I think your expense, it would be higher.
We
I
should
think it-
analyze it.
Well,
Yeah.
5% on 2 million is $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would be paying a higher rate when you would be doing that as a,
And I don't think you could get a 5% loan.
I don't
Maybe
know.
maybe 7 to 9.
I don't know. I guess I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know the answer.
yeah, I don't know the answer, but I would think that it would be
Well,
the
I don't have
rate.
Business loans, I'm a debt-free business, so,
Yeah.
but I
But
mean, I do know that even
yeah.
just on real estate, secured real estate, you're looking at 7 to 9 on a commercial. loan.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. Commissioner Meyer,
Thank you.
We can't hear you,
So
Chris.
Administrator Holte,
we can't hear
Can't
you.
hear you.
I don't know why. How about now?
Okay.
I think maybe there's just a little delay. So Administrator Holte, so what I had been looking at is what portion of this potential 11%, was attributable to the capital improvement plan, but then also for us to understand the budget itself. And I went through the summaries and I appreciated them of those places where there were increases. Is there still the potential to reduce some of the expenses unrelated to the capital improvement plan? Do you have an idea of how much?
That's what I was wondering. Outside of these two big projects, where's the other stuff?
Yes.
And where's all this extra money the state and the feds are throwing at us?
So now that is in your packet. We noted exactly which line items they were.
That was?
Commissioner Ward, yes. Let me see if I can get to that quickly
What
for
page?
you.
Maybe I missed.
But to address the inquiries of Commissioner Meyer, so a vast majority of the levy is due to capital items. So Commissioner Ward, if I may, this is the document in your packet that listed specifically which
Did it have
aids we're
pa-
receiving.
Do you have a page
So
number?
the old number was 215, so I'm not
15.
sure
Okay.
in the revised agenda what page that was, but it's all of the
Oh, okay.
aids. We have
It's-
3
yes.
aids.
Yep, got it. Found it. Thank you.
Yep, it gives you the general ledger numbers in which to locate those.
Mhm.
Commissioner Meyer, yes, vast majority of the increase is due to capital improvement items. We are still working with the department representatives to work on the expenses and where we can fine tune those, but also the revenues, if we can do anything in those areas. So we do not have a ballpark number of how much of that adjustment may be. Part of this will also involve the potential approval or contingent approval on the personnel request. Because some of those positions have not been added into the budget and therefore will increase the levy if that is approved. Okay, so we kind of need a little direction on that in order for us to kind of give you a better idea on that. However, I do not foresee large amount of revisions as far as net.
Okay,
We're going to do our best to get the levy at the lowest possible amount. However, given a vast majority of the other than capital improvement expenses are really due to wages and benefits. As you can see by the detailed summary that we gave you for each department, most of the increase is wages and benefits.
okay, thanks. So when I look at the first scenario, it appears to me that about 4.126 million is related to work that potentially needs to be done at the law enforcement center. And I am not sure when we know that that work needs to be done, particularly if we decide to go forward with the city, because that potentially changes what happens. If we should choose to demolish part of that building and build a new building. And so I'm not sure that by the time we approve the preliminary levy, we will know whether that stuff can or cannot be included. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. But the point is we can pick a scenario and approve a preliminary levy, but then based on what happens, choose to remove that $4 million some dollars. And that's a substantial number of levy points.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And just a reminder, you can set the levy, the preliminary levy at X percentage, and you can come down.
Yeah.
But we can't go above what's set as the preliminary.
Right. So if we choose not to do scenario one, which I don't think we should choose that, but if we chose to, if we chose option 3 and then we could not revert later to option 1 because we would not be able to increase the levy.
Correct.
I just don't think option 1 is a
No,
feasible option.
I totally agree.
Yep, it's no. It's a no.
I was just going to mention that when you're talking about how much does 1% of levy generate, it's about $220,000, or $220,000 in just a rough estimate.
Percent of levy, 200,
So
220.
10% is 2 million. So give her 2.2 million.
And I did do just a quick calculation of, and this was only using the 3.7 that was presented at the previous meeting. That was actually if you wanted to fund just that, on the current, the 3.7, that's 17%. And then we had those 2 added items on about asbestos in jail. And then there was two other scenarios where we were taking some parts and funding it over multiple years and some where we were saying we were going to do the bonding. And those 2 scenarios were a little less.
Houston County just had a reset, told every department cut 10%. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that's what they just
Yeah,
did.
that was in the news.
Right.
That would be hard in some of our departments because it's just salaries.
Yeah.
Well, so with all the changes in the health and human service and all the funding sources and everything, any of those dollars, can they be attributed to salaries, to people? Any of these programs that we run for this feds in the state?
So some
Some
of
we
the
do.
areas that we are doing.
Yeah.
And that's part of what we are going to need to go through and fine tune in the budgets as a whole to make sure that we're really making sure if we have grant money, if we have, revenues that we are to be planning on, that we have the budget reflect what we're anticipating. Mr. Moga and I are still working through that.
Okay.
If I may just make a notation on the personnel request. So
There's a lot of them.
I understand that, and I want to be very upfront that we are working through with each of the requests, the workflow of these areas, and are there things we can do to modify so we don't need to fill the request. We're also looking at restructuring opportunities. Can we look countywide? Are there areas that maybe we can combine or we can share, or just looking at the total picture? So I want to let you know that we're working with all of these, but it's going to take time to work through those.
One of the worst things you hear is that's not my job. And that concept in the outside of government will get you so fired so fast. But inside of government where we don't have some options. So a good leadership in that and that cross training.
Yep.
That's huge, you know.
But that's where I'm saying.
And ask, is
I
it
hear what they're
mandated?
asking.
Is this position or this function mandated?
Right,
Or is
but
it-
that's exactly part of what we're
analysis.
discussing.
Yep.
So I'm not disregarding their request. What I'm saying is we need to take time to analyze this prior to saying commissioners were recommending to approve it.
Yeah.
And right now, we're not ready with the rest of those.
Okay.
The one I do want to note in the area which is recommended is the funding of the criminal justice social worker for the fourth quarter of 2024. So Mr. Moga and I just received some information this morning that the request is really to fund it for the whole year. So we need to go back and review this with the representatives of that department prior to recommending to fund the whole year, because that's not what the budget currently reflects, okay? So we'll get back to the commissioners on that. I do want to note on the deputy or assistant human services director. So this is part of the structural recommendation that I am making to help us be successful as a department and as an organization, and making sure that we're giving the level of services in the community, but also to help our employees be successful in monitoring the budget, the revenue recapture, the programs, the legislative changes, et cetera. So I really believe that this is a needed position. The case aid and child protection also, this position will more than pay for itself with the expectation that they are working on the social medical histories, as well as kind of that research and filling out forms, et cetera, so that we can get children placed sooner in their adoptive homes, as well as get them through the court process and legal proceedings sooner. So it will, in my examination of the process, it will save the county money and help the citizens of Winona County.
So how does it save adding a position? How does it, I'm just trying to understand, how would it,
Because
where
we're
would we take dollars away from?
Yep, the out-of-home placement costs. So if we can get them through the process sooner, that's less expense we're paying for them staying in an out-of-home placement. So what I'm saying is we will spend less than what we're going to spend for the position. We will save money.
I wanted to share that one of the things that was going on right about the time that I got elected is that the cost for out-of-home placement went from something like 200,000 a year to 2.5 million a year. And so that is a specific cost item that has really, skyrocketed in my memory. And so if we can reduce what that's costing the county, then that would be excellent.
Is that number always now $2 million every year? What, is it pretty well been?
I think we're on track for 1.8 right now.
So it's pretty consistent.
And that's
What I
out-of-home
fear is that,
is
okay, well,
totally
we
on the
don't have the
county?
problem, but we still got the payroll.
Isn't
You know what I mean?
out-of-home
So
totally on the county
Mhm.
dollar to a certain point?
To a certain point.
Really, what I was just going to add is that person, if they get that person and they would go through and get that that stuff in place before, when the person goes into out-of-home placement, then there's actually some reimbursement also. So it's not all county costs, there's some reimbursement that'll occur.
be interesting to just see that laid out, because again, in government. It's easy to hire them, hard to fire them.
And I'd be happy to do that. I am working with the supervisor as well as Kayleen Engel. I've met with her. It's all about the process and the timing of the legal system and how all of that comes together. There's a lot of upfront work that needs to happen to make that go smoothly and quickly. And that's where we need to focus our time. So we do have some measurables that we are putting in place if this is approved.
But I think just having that laid out very clear is a lot more palatable back to the countryside when you say, why did you hire another person? No, we already, and be able to say, hey, look, here, this is what it does for us.
Yep.
But the biggest thing is if it's a consistent need, that's going to be the problem, so.
Just have to make bad parents into good parents.
And then it goes away.
Yeah, then it goes away.
No, I mean, I really think that part of the issue is that the state mandates that we do things, but then the systems that they use for our tracking are incredibly bureaucratic. And so if you fail to find it and report exactly the way it needs to be, then you don't get the reimbursement. And this is designed to fix part of that problem.
So what is it you need from us today, Ms. Holte? You got enough marching orders?
So,
I had a dentist appointment I got to get to.
Yeah.
so we'll wrap up
Yep.
quickly. Personnel request, if there's direction on that. Capital request, if you have a direction on that. The outside agency, the two, just the fair and the historical society, we need direction there. And then if there is a boundary or ballpark for preliminary levy.
Because I'll have to prepare that document for the next meeting.
So I see the fair didn't want any more, but the historical society did, correct? If I
Correct.
remember reading
Yeah.
300.
Yep, and all of them are at the 2023 level in the budget.
Well, I'd
So the
keep
fair
it.
doesn't count because they're neutral.
Right.
I guess it's no different than business or anything else or any other board I've ever sat on. When you look at needing more money, how do you get it? And the question becomes, I go back to look at what Houston did. Houston just made it fair for everybody. Everybody gets rid of 10%. Well, that's not practical.
Right.
But are there areas, for them, maybe it is for right now, from what I know right now, it's probably not practical. But I would challenge and always look at and say, there's some areas that maybe we can reduce 10, 20%, and there's other areas that might need 5%. How do we get to as close to zero as we possibly can? That's really what we're after. And that's what I challenge in mayor positions and SWCDs and everything else. And we were able to shift dollars around and say, okay, not this year, not that year, but the next year. And we got to be careful how much you kick down the road. I get that. We can't keep kicking it down the road. But I do know that there are some things that are just running through that budget that I say, do we really need this, or is this a request? And I'm going to allude this back to business. And you're going to hear me do it, running multi-million-dollar companies that, every year when I was a GM, we had to submit our request. And some of it was when we would hierarchy, we need this to continue to function. You might as well close the doors. And then there's the things that we began to put into play that say these are necessary, but not now. And then these were the want things that would make our job easier. And as an administrator, you get to, just like me, I had to go through and be like, okay, here's what we have to do with that. So I just would go back to that scenario and say, we really just, until this inflation thing gets under, the interest rates going up, the housing situations that we see, we really have to focus on making sure that we don't do our part to add to this fuel. And government already has a bad view as how they just think, oh, we got all this money, we just go spend it, we ask for more. Preacher and politician theory. So I would just heavily encourage that we look at the 20% places we could cut, the 5% places we need to go up. And I guess my thought is let's get to as close as zero as we can, which isn't anything anybody else probably isn't going to say. So
No, I've always been, a zero. I would say if we want to talk about the fair and the historical, I'd lock them in at the 2023 numbers.
I think it's, I looked at what the
They both have the
historical.
opportunity to raise money. I
Yeah.
mean, you raise your fees to get in the door, you raise your fees to get into the fair. I mean, they do have
And I read what the
revenue.
Historical Society wanted, and it's to redo a deal in the front entryway and a few other, and I realize they have some long-term things they need to look at.
Right.
But again, they also have the option
To raise
money and go to the community and et cetera, so they can be private funded also versus some of these other
So
organizations.
I would lock those two in at the 2023.
So
Coming.
I would think we should start with scenario 3, understanding that that may not happen and that any work getting done on the LEC, that may actually be delayed.
Correct.
So we're not going to know that in time. So plan for the lower amount. And then I would like to see it with your recommended personnel changes. And, oh, I apologize because I'm on, I'm kind of spacey. So in addition to that, I would love you to go ahead and try to reduce expenses where you can. And then I think it sounds to me like, are unrestricted reserves at a, we have no unrestricted reserves we can offset the budget deficit with?
Yeah, where are we at on that?
With the information that is in the budget right now on the document that was provided at the last meeting, we would actually be below our 3/12. And that would be really, the part about that 3/12 is if we decrease some of our expenses, that's going to change. If we increase some of our revenues, that's going to change. But with the document that was presented the last time, we were under the 3/12. So yeah, we wouldn't actually be following our policy about our reserves.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Here's my, put that in this turn.
No, nothing.
Nothing available.
Nothing available.
So I think on a preliminary budget concept, just to avoid any sort of public outcry, has to be a very palatable number just as a step. Work our way down from there. So I guess my thought to you would be do everything you can to get it semi-palatable as the high threshold, and then we go down.
Okay. And at max, one hand.
Max
Max
one
to
hand.
start with, then it's got to go down. It's got to go down.
Yeah, we've got a year to see how this economy does. I mean, that's the reality.
And I don't think it's going to look good for a lot of people.
Okay, so I'm not going to support trying to set it at 5. You have asked us to try and plan for the future. And maybe depending on what happens with the law enforcement center, which is the biggest portion of the capital improvement plan, maybe that'll happen. But I would say that we start at the 11.15 or 16, whatever it is.
No.
And then we try to bring it down from there. But we don't have the decisions made at this time. So
Page 2 is right there.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Nobody even look at that as though we're trying. They'll say that's the high side. They don't even understand. It's not the high
It
side.
never really goes down much. History repeats itself.
I would try to do better than 11. I would say that. I would get it into the single digits for sure. So whether we can do the 5 or not, but I would for sure get it into that to see where it's palatable. The goal is to beat at 0. We'll see where we can start. See where we can go.
Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, I think it's unrealistic, but I've been doing this for a number of years, so I guess we don't have the luxury of going to our levy. Surplus,
Or to
so
the reserves, you mean?
yeah. We don't have any surplus, so.
But just as a reminder, again, this is part of why I'm recommending that we be more planful and that we look outwards and instead of budgeting only what is absolutely necessary to have a little bit, so
I
that you
have-
can pay for the things that you need to
I
pay
have
for.
seen this come full circle, though.
I know you have.
I mean, we've done the capital improvement plan, and stretched that out and went through that scenario, and then, well, that got, the appetite for that fell away, and that got changed, so
Yep.
I mean, the best laid plans are
I understand that.
not followed.
And again, it's really up to the board if the desire is to try and flatten out the peaks and valleys of the levy, be more planful, or if we want to budget exactly what is needed and not plan for the what ifs.
And where is Winona County grown? We're not a growth county, unfortunately.
It
and, you know,
doesn't
such-
change the expenses.
No, it doesn't change the expenses, but then what is our tax base? That's something that we've asked in the past. Okay, so what's our tax base count going forward from what it was? How many more dollars do we have to collect taxes from than we did last year?
I don't have the exact amount.
We deny expensive houses on the ridge. So I mean, there was a lost opportunity.
I don't have the exact amount, but I know it did actually grow in 22. It is actually going to be part of our audit.
And
when
luckily, we have some businesses like across the street that have made huge investments.
Yeah, if you look at when our audit is actually completed, which actually I think was actually done yesterday, very last to second page of that, there's a MDA note and it says how much the tax capacity grew in 22.
Okay, so you could share that.
Yep, it's in that document. And I know it actually increased substantially. And I think one of the buildings was actually our neighbor. I do want to mention, Greg, as we decrease some of those expenses in our budget, then there may be reserves available. Yeah, so I just wanted to, right now there's nothing, but if we make some of those changes, then there may be some reserves that you could actually say, like, we're going to do so much with levy and we're going to use so much of the reserves. But at this point with, this is what's in the budget, there aren't any
Right.
reserves.
Here's an odd thing that just, when you say that, and I just happened to catch it, I think at the last meeting in the packet, County Fair, for instance, they had $50,000 in the bank after this year or this season. But yet they want 26,000 again when they have a surplus. But we've looked at that for other outside agencies. If they have money in the bank, why are we continuing?
You know what, if we've gone down that path
I
and
know.
we've asked for what they actually have as fund balance and also then the restricted, unrestricted. But we've done that with others. We actually have some other outside agencies that we're giving money that have a lot more than 50,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I know.
But I understand your concept, Greg. Yeah.
Some have been, that we've quit funding it altogether, so.
And that's a little bit where, and I don't want to pick on the fair by any means, but that's a little bit alluding back to, and I think it's a little bit of like your pay for performance type scenario, but also that incentive that says, hey, we can build up this budget scenario if you don't spend all this money, and you might get less next year. But oh, by the way, when you do need it, now we have a surplus. Now we can fund it, however that is. I don't. There's always been this quandary: give money to any in government, give them the money, and they'll figure out a way to spend it, right? And so, how do we encourage that to not happen? And take that. I'll give you a funny example. When I became the mayor up there in Altura, one of the first things I brought up is I said, what's our long-term, exactly where you're going, Administrator Holte, what's our long-term funding plan? What are we doing for these things? How are we going to replace the water tower, right? The next day I go to the local gas station and I heard you want to replace the water tower. What's wrong with the one we have?
Yep.
Talk about wanting to just hit your head against the wall, because there is that long-term planning. And so I completely appreciate that. But it is difficult to make it palatable to the community,
Right.
to get them to understand that we have expenses today,
To pay the
but we have tomorrow. So I think the easiest way to do it is to really challenge every department to say, hey, we have this focus of long-term planning, but to make it palatable to the board, whether I'm sitting here, somebody else is sitting here, and to the community, we need to start thinking that way and show that we're doing these things, and like that outcome of like, hey, we hired this person, it's here. And we can get that message out to the papers and stuff, why we're doing what we're doing, and create the reputation that we are doing these things. And really, you're tasked with that, unfortunately, but you'll get to earn your paycheck that day.
That's right. That's why she gets paid the big
But I mean,
bucks.
but I mean, that's, I say that in a very kind way. So I look at Winona County, you talk about the growth factor. So we looked at this, as a mayor. I said, this is a bedroom community. We got 188 households. We're not growing. We have nowhere to build. There's nowhere to expand. So every new expense is going to continue to get divided amongst those 188. And our only source of revenue was appreciation, remodeling, And so it's a this is just a bigger scale of that.
Okay, so you got what you need?
I was gonna say, I wanted to just mention,
Between us now. It's 1:00.
yeah, are the documents that were provided, were those beneficial for you? Like it showed up?
Confusing as heck when you have to flip. No,
They are.
but
Yeah.
it's trying to look at them on,
Yeah, because what I was trying to do is take you, here's your whole budget, then
Yeah.
it said revenues and
I gotta look
expenses.
at them some more.
And then it kind of broke them down to by the departments. And then there was one in there that kind of what was the driving factors in the, and I looked at anything that was over 10%, I think.
Yeah, I need to look at them closer. I mean, I'm sorry, when you send it out on Friday afternoon, I mean, my weekend, I do have some personal time in my weekends. That's why I'm wondering why you're doing jail things on Sundays.
Hey,
That's
Pat,
sacrilege.
Pat,
Yeah.
I did find that helpful. However, certain things, it would also be good not to just to have the percentage, but also the amount, even if you abbreviate the amount and don't take it down to the dollar. Because it might be true that elections increased, I don't know, 330%, but still it's only $30,000. Whereas in some departments, it might have only been a 4% increase, but it's $200,000. So the size of the budget, as well as the dollar amount of the increase, as well as the percentage, is also an important factor.
It's relevant to what,
Right.
So
But at least the percentages catch your attention. I
That-
do
what I
appreciate
that is that you're doing it, you're trying, and you're going to get some.
Yeah.
Yes, but
And
I
if you
really appreciate it overall.
No, it's just a matter of trying to flip
Dive.
between computer screens to figure out what you're talking about, but I'll get there.
But I go back with what Commissioner Meyer said. I had the exact same concerns looking at it. I saw the majority of it was based off from that capital, just those two kind of big
Yeah.
things.
Mhm.
We really need to dive into these other sides because I think there's going to be a lot of room to move this levy in the right direction.
Yeah.
We just got to find it.
It's really driven by capital and wages and benefits.
We're adjourned.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Just a question. Somebody told me that. the city
Maureen, are we
manager
still having a
sent
department head
letter
meeting?
to, who's the big dairy guy? Scott.
All the areas.
But they're saying that they have to buy their water. Is that true?
Yeah,
Somebody sent
yeah,
out a
yeah,
letter?
yep.
Well, how can you make a dairy outside
Well,
the city?
because if they opted to have the water, the problem with alternatives and
Okay.
what they've forgotten
Yeah, all right.
is
Thanks.
Just looking at your schedule.
What
they
they are.
went out to the community.
What
to
they
be-
are?
Yeah,
Bedroom
they've
committee.
forgotten who formed them to begin with.
Yeah.
And the current people that are in there and the mayor, they don't have a sense. They run the city for the city and they don't understand. They went out into the country to get enough people back in the day to become a city.
Yeah.
And so some of these dairies that have opted to,
Are they in city or are they just on?
they're in the city.
Oh, they
Oh,
are.
yeah, the city limits goes clear out to Vertex.
Oh, okay, so that's why they,
Nelson's are in. city
oh, okay, so
limits. Yeah.
that's why they sent the letters,
Yeah.
because they are in the
And
city. I
so
didn't
some
know
of the
that.
guys had put in city water over the years,
Yeah.
and, on an attempt to hopefully, especially across the Turkey store.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they ended up, they had all sorts of problems, pressure and things
Yeah.
like that. So they went back to just in the amount of money they were charging them.
Yeah.
Well, so they said, well, we're just going to drill wells again. Well, now they're saying, well, you can't do that. They're like, well, wait a minute here. You guys went to these years ago to get them in. You needed them, and now you're trying to force their hand. So I just
Okay,
don't.
well, I
don't
heard
see how
that.
they can do it.
Whoa, I didn't realize they were in
Because the city paid to put the water out there.
Okay,
Well,
gotcha,
and then
Well-
they come to find out it couldn't serve their needs.
gotcha.
And so then they said, well, this isn't going to work and your cost is too high now.
Yeah.
Because some of it was done recently, some of it was done a long time ago. And well, a long time ago, the water rates there were cheap when the
Oh,
turkey store
sure.
was there. The
Yeah.
turkey store was 90% of the budget.
Paid, yeah,
Yeah,
paid,
what they used in a day, the whole city used in a month.
sure.
So it was just, it
Okay.
was a no-brainer.
Well,
So
it
the
makes sense
dynamics
now
have
when,
changed.
if it's in the city limits, and I didn't understand that part of it, I thought, whoa,
Yeah.
that takes
Yeah,
big,
exactly.
big ball.
So, yeah,
All right, okay, all right.
this is mine.
So Josh, does it work better, just real quick, I know you have a meeting. Does
Just
it
a
work
no.
better to have as much at one time as far as meetings back to back, or, you know, to kind of break it up? Is it too much?
I'm a get it all done at once because for me, my whole schedule is about travel.
Well,
When do I need to be here?
anticipated. Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically, I block every week off based on if I have a set time where I need to be some location, and then I work around that. So for me, I like to get it all, as much done in one day as I can
Okay.
when it comes to these types of things, because you know, I might leave at 4 o'clock and take off and drive across the state. So versus if I gotta come back the next day, it wrecks 2 days for me.
Sure.
So
So quick question, are you opposed to starting at 8 AM on a morning
like
county
this,
board meeting
Nope.
so that we don't have it drag out longer in the
Correct.
day?
yeah, start at
Okay.
6.
Okay. Well, I mean, because you're traveling a little further to come in,
Yeah.
so I want to be respectful of that.
No,
So I
that's-
want to ask the other commissioners that, you know, we can move like a working session to be, you know, at 8, from 8 to 9 instead of after.
No, I would sooner have it earlier the better.
Okay, all right,
So,
all right. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
If you ever have questions on anything, please reach out.
Yeah, I will.
Same here too.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody's help, so. Yeah, we'll
Have a-
get the,
have a
we'll
good
get the
dental
flow and the
appointment.
dynamics down
Yeah,
one
we'll
of these
get it.
days. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Where's Pen Schmidt at? How do I get to her?
So back in personnel.
Yep.
So where my office is, just go right in there and ask for Penny.
Okay. thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought that, Maureen, that evening meetings were always packed, but this one was rather long, right? I mean, so much stuff. Oh, yeah, no, I know.
There's just.
Right, right. Which is good. I mean, once the board gets the budget done and stuff. Just, we should have, for summer, we should have, stand up breaks. Just my Apple Watch keeps saying, time to stand up. Every 50 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do get a lot of work done with my computer here, so. I can
I didn't get
listen in
anything.
one, oh, well, you were on the spot there with all your stuff there, but yeah. I mean, I almost have to because I have to keep checking emails, so.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
can.
And I had to ask Colleen to run the RAP Plus meeting at noon because I was still
Yeah,
here.
I couldn't get on that one either, so a little tied up.
Yeah.
All right, well, I need to run to the next meeting. I'm gonna see if I can wolf down half the sandwich.
Yeah.
I'll be back in. I have to get remaining of my stuff.
Okay, you take care. Okay. Hmm, yeah.